All right, boys, we are back. I've made myself some coffee, and as you can see, I did my best. The color of this cup perfectly fits the color of my whatever this is, piece of cloth. Let's put it that way. Yeah, and the reason why they match and why they're both red is because I fucking love red color. Okay, we're gonna watch the Pirate Software's interview with Mr. Steven Sharif. We're very designer fresh review. Oh yeah, um, yeah. Actually, when I was making coffee, while I was making coffee, I kind of realized that it would be actually nice to ask beforehand, like if he's okay with me reacting to the interview, but like I don't know how to actually get to him because usually I just ask it in content creator Discord, and he's not there obviously because and so I'm kind of like I usually ask before I do something, but I hope he doesn't mind. Let's put it that way. But once again, if I don't know if Mr. Thor, if you're watching this, and if you are unhappy about this, just drop me a line and I will remove it. Let's put it that way. My apologies in advance if you're unhappy about it. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this to keep the chat. And let's go back here, right? Let me double check. Okay. What's up, Flanker? Yeah, boys, hello, whoever is watching this on YouTube. I'm gonna send a link to Twitch. My apologies for not paying attention to what's happening in YouTube chat. I'll figure that out sometime. Yeah, thank you. Number one, no one else has a video out on the previous patch. No, on the newest patch notes about line hold being a safe zone. Okay. Right. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, I think I missed it. Loki, thank you for the follow. Appreciate your kind support. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. What were you guys talking about when I was not around? Probably talking shit about me, right? Sounds like you want to gain. Okay. Okay. All right. So we have Mr. Thor. Someone who I actually respect. And that's not something that I say often. But yeah, let's see how it all goes.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Let me get all my...
And now we have our own private chat for the shit talking, so you can't see. Awesome. So you've came prepared. Nice.
audio levels set up, and we'll go from there.
All right. Want me to? Oh, let me see here.
That should work. Let me see if I can do this and look at you there.
Don't spoil it. Let's watch it.
Hold this up like that, and then I'll see if I can go to.
Clonage, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate your support.
This.
Okay. Some technical
there we go.
arrangements.
Pull that off of.
Wait, why are they all quacking in the chat? Is that some sort of meme? Is that some sort of meme?
Whoop.
Oh,
it's
Mr.
kind of
Steven.
working.
Uh-oh.
Slowly but surely. Ah. There we go. Oop. And there we go. You're gonna be over the party, so no one can see us wipe.
Oh no.
That'll work great. No one will know when we die now. Fantastic. All right,
Have you guys been wiping, or have you guys been surviving?
We've been surviving really well, actually. Kronos, can you put an announcement in the Discord so people know? Because I can't see my Discord.
Yeah, I also want to keep their chat open so that we can see if there are any interesting messages. We had some nice questions while you were out. Okay, awesome. Steven and Thor on the RP adventure.
For now. Which is great. Okay, on that. There we go. But yeah, no, we've actually been really good. We moved over to Steelbloom, and we found a secret cave that you guys put in inside of the water that leads down through this tunnel. And then that got us into a room back here, and we've been killing mages. And the mages drop a bunch of loot. And it's been fantastic.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting find because I've been to Citadel of Steelbloom and I didn't know about this thing. And then when I found it, I was like, nice. Wait, how is he only level 23rd weekend? Thought he was blasting. I made it to 23 on the fresh start. I mean, I assume he was also paying attention, like focused on the guild probably, because apparently he's managing a lot of people. At the same time, he might be actually could have been mostly focused on bugs. That's what we are all supposed to do, right? So we'll see.
That's what we call a pocket dungeon, and that was put in by one of our glorious level designers, Jessica. She did a great job with that. It's still not done, obviously. There's a lot of polish that needs to go into it from an art perspective, but it's a fun little pocket area.
Yeah, we actually loved this. It's been fantastic.
What do you mean? We're here to play a full game. Hello? Yeah, my apologies. 100% finished, no bugs to report. Yeah.
And both of our tanks just died. Oh, shit. One moment. Yeah, it's been fantastic.
I like Steven laughing about it. He's like, aha. You know?
Now you know the pain that I go through when I'm trying to like live demonstrate combat and gameplay, but then at the same time trying to talk with my developers during a live stream.
See, here's the thing.
It doesn't work out.
I've been a raid leader for like 20 years, man. So like talking and walking, your DPS goes down by about 50%, but it's fine. Everyone gets to stay alive then, right? It's good. Give me just a second. We're going to get all the questions set up. I'm going to hide this real fast. We're going to go over here.
Boys, how come we're live for 2 hours, but we still didn't have this in chat?
I'm going to grab these questions from Kronos. We've got a whole bunch of questions from the community and the ones that we wanted to ask as well. I'm going to grab all that stuff. We're going to go put it over into this. And I'll add it over here. And there we go. And now I can turn this back over to this. And pop this open. All right. So, before we start anything up, can you tell everyone in chat who you are? Oh, wait. Let me do this real quick.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, so we have Steven on. Steven, can you tell everybody in chat who you are while we play Ashes in the background?
Yes. I am Steven Sharif. I am the creative director and founder of Intrepid Studios, creating Ashes of Creation.
Steven who?
Hell yeah. So what is your day-to-day operations like for you?
Also known as the Duck Lord to, I believe, the goblins in chat.
That is true. He summoned a whole bunch of ducks. They are radiant ducklings now. We cannot harm them. Chat has been looking for ducklings around the map, by the way. And they're quacking in game now because of it.
Yeah, like look at the chat. Quack 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 quack. Yeah, apparently it's a like inside joke, local meme.
We've got to put in some
duck soup. Do you want to end up on PirateSoftware kill list as well? Kill on site list? Be careful with that.
We've got to put in some duckling scavenger hunts and Easter eggs into the game that are just like little interactable ducklings that if you manage to find them, have a loot container or something.
Are you adding a wish duck? Is that what you're saying?
A wish duckling. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Just like enter the server, find the duckling. It's fantastic. All right, so I think the first question I have is, what do your day-to-day operations look like as a game director for such a large project? I've done game director stuff for smaller projects. I've also worked on games going way, way back. So I started in 2004 at Blizzard Entertainment. Then I left there, did freelance for a long time, came back in 2009, worked there until 2016. Then I worked for Amazon Game Studio on a Lumberyard, which is a game engine, so kind of extended away from games. And then now I own my own studio, do all this, stream games, and try to teach other people to make games as well. And I think it'd be really interesting for people to know, like, what is this like for you?
I'm wondering how his questions will be different from other people who interview Steven, from like content creators. Will there be some, game dev specific high IQ questions or something like that. Because that's what I would expect from him, like interviewing Steven. Yeah, sorry, I had a short brain lag.
You working on such a massive scale project.
Yeah. You know, it is kind of different depending on.
Spoiler alert, we learned nothing new from this interview. We'll see. GVPR, thank you so much for the... Sorry for hitting the mic. My apologies. Thank you for giving a follow. I appreciate your support. Welcome.
The phase that we're in and the milestone that we're in. And that might be, you know, not necessarily unique to me. I think that as we move through different stages of the product development, you know, my eye or my need tends to gravitate either towards design, towards art direction, towards engineering, towards DevOps or live ops. You know, it just kind of depends which fire is biggest at the moment, and then my priorities shift. And that can be on a day-to-day basis when we're in a super test and react phase like we are now. Everything's very, very agile. We suspended kind of our sprint status, and we've gone entirely to a Kanban approach, so that we can, you know, appropriately prioritize issues as they arise during this live testing. That can be a bit hectic. It is definitely a context switching for me on a literal hourly basis.
I have absolutely zero fucking idea what he's talking about. Out of everything he said in this part, in this reply, I only understood basically commas and dots. That's all. I don't know what live ops, I don't know what is DevOps, but I guess that's something important, right? So my apologies, I can't really comment on this particular part. 3 of the question Thor asks came from me in his chat. Oh, okay, cool. I'm proud of that, lol. Font size, color of asset against grass, hard for colorblind people to see green on green. Force PvP to loot a corpse. Oh, force flagging, you mean, probably. Interesting.
During the day.
We'll see how
but
it all goes.
You know, if we were talking about 6 months ago, then it was very much in the design phase and testing of our feature development. And if we were talking about a month ago, it was very much in our DevOps and build process and release train phase, right? Trying to get ready for the testing that we had going then.
Live ops keeps servers online and running. DevOps works on development of things. They are departments within the company. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
You know, my job is just to be where I'm needed so that I can offer the direction, the approval, the insight.
1 second, boys. I spilled a little bit of coffee, which is not something I'm a big fan of. Let me quickly remove this. Yeah. Nothing. No casualties. Okay. Keyboard is alive. Mouse is alive. Everything is alive. And I'm alive. Well, they are having a CEO to CEO conversation about daily responsibilities. Yeah, got it.
To kind of what the overarching goal and our direction should be, so that we can make informed decisions and have alignment amongst the rest of the directors and the team.
Yeah, so effectively trying to keep the vision on track, right?
That's right.
And that means switching hats quite a lot, you know, especially with such rapid development cycle. One of the things that I was really excited about was seeing you get into game and actually talk to people and kind of do the community building stuff. One of the things that I notice a lot of the times right now that's lacking in these large-scale MMOs is a developer touch. Just someone coming in and being like, hey, I love that you love the game. Let's do something fun together. And I don't think a lot of people expected that. And I think a lot of people really, really liked that, to be honest with you. So
well,
it's cool
I think that really emanates from a player-first perspective, right? You know, my background, my history, I wasn't in game development when I started Intrepid. I was just a lover of MMOs. And it was somewhat serendipitous that, you know, living in San Diego, having made a lot of friends at my local game.
Flanker from TikTok. Yes, sir. That is me. It's your first message in the chat. Welcome to my Twitch. Hope you're having a good day.
Game hobby store called Games Empire. I would play Warhammer 40K, Warhammer Fantasy. I would do, you know, tabletop RPG campaigns. And
Night Live, thank you for the follow. welcome to the stream. Once again, glad to see you here. I watch on TikTok a lot and share. I appreciate you. Zoomers, I thought MMO gamers are too old to even know what TikTok is. Kind of true, but TikTok was not. Stuart, same applies to you. Thank you very much for follow. Very grateful for your support. What server are you on? Malt. Exclamation mark server. There are commands under the stream. You can just type it and you will know all my secrets. Let's put it that way. Yeah, good. Perfect. Yeah, so the thing about TikTok is obviously some other content creators use TikTok, but not that seriously, let's put it that way, because their main platforms are obviously YouTube and Twitch, and TikTok often remains kind of ignored. But at the same time, TikTok's virality potential is insane. And if you know certain features, you can target, specific audience, specific countries, etc., etc. And so happened that I knew about it. And that's why at this point, I have probably the highest, in terms of number of followers and views apparently as well, I have the biggest TikTok account related to Ashes of Creation. Once again, it's not not because I'm genius or, super great at editing or anything like that. Obviously, one of the reasons is that pretty much nobody else is doing that actively, right? But at the same time, like I had a video, like the most viewed video there is like 1.3 million. And I mean, good luck making a video about Ashes on, YouTube that will gain that many views. But at the same time, obviously the value of a single view is of course different. So those 1.3 million views is like maybe like the equivalent of, I don't know, 13k views on YouTube or something, right? So yeah, but at the same time, it's good for spreading a word about the game, so that obviously a lot of people there see the game for the first time. And wait, what? Oh, Ambarat, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. That's really kind of you. I appreciate your support. Thank you, sir. And yeah, TikTok Pay is garbage from what I remember, unless it changed. I guess it depends on your niche and the number of views you get, but at the same time, it also depends on the country, because there is no like payouts for my country, for example. But at the same time, I know how to target specifically NA audience on TikTok, because that's where the majority of Ashes of Creation audience is from, right? So yeah, I decided to take advantage of that because TikTok can bring decent results. And once again, it's really good for spreading word about the game, because a lot of people have seen it for the first time there and they're like, oh, okay. I watched the, like 30-second video about it. What is this game? Okay, Ashes of Creation. Let me find out more about it, right? So, yeah.
Pathfinder and D&D.
Yeah, once again, Abarat, thank you so much. It doesn't happen really often here because like my channel is not that big, but your support means a lot. Thank you. Everyone is, yeah, true.
And I got to know a lot of Sony Online Entertainment devs through that interaction. And being a lover of MMOs, I was always disheartened with kind of, the approach that many publishers took, which didn't seem to put the player first. So from my perspective, that created a kind of window of opportunity to have a more player-centric company come along and, tap into the market share that is the MMORPG gaming community, which was really just looking for a company to preserve the integrity of the game environment that they're playing in by offering no pay to win, by offering no pay to convenience, and to have the level of insight from the boardroom that all of the developers have with regards to the game development, and not having some, marketing director that doesn't know how games work and how communities want things to be coming in telling the developers what they should be doing. And that was kind of the perspective that I think lends to this interaction that people see right now. And now
she Shiko. I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you being here, my friend.
Alpha 2, I'm very much involved, and I try to extend that level of involvement down to our development team as well, where they're in the Discord talking with people, they're on streams talking with people,
Hello.
and kind of
Oh my
letting
god,
them
zombies. Hello, hello.
engage with the community, which not a lot of companies, I think, at our size or at our project size do.
Yeah, so you actually
How far is this? We watched the Asmongold stream, but when it comes to interview, we started we watched maybe 10 minutes. So basically, we're still in the introduction part. So you didn't miss anything.
hit on something really interesting there. The no pay to win, no pay for convenience, right? What is your overall vision for monetization in this game? Because I think that's kind of core to how people feel about games right now. It's a very hot button issue. Is like, is there any pay to win in this? What level of pay to win is it? You know, how is this for you? What is your vision for this?
So, from a monetization standpoint, my perspective is that games as a service do best when they have a steady level of income, and that is more related to a subscription model. I think that a subscription model is not a high barrier to entry. People can jump in and play the game for a month on a $15 sub fee, see if they like it. They don't have to buy the product for a $60 box price.
Yep.
So we don't have a box price associated with Ashes of Creation. It is just a subscription model. And then the responsibility really lives on the development team to take that investment by the player.
This is what drew me to the game, a PvP game that is not pay to win. Yes, that was a huge factor for me. Like, what drew my attention is the fact that in one of the first videos about Ashes of Creation, like when I was watching Steven, basically, he mentioned Lineage 2, and I was like, okay, he took inspiration from Lineage 2. There is a chance that this game might end up being good, and also this game has a chance to be a game that I will like, right? And pay to win is obviously a huge thing for me personally. For example, I can afford spending money in game, but it's not something I like because it becomes, instead of becoming a fair competition, it turns into wallet competition, let's put it that way. And that's not something that I'm really a fan of, right? So hang on, what is this? Okay. Yeah. And the thing is, if I play a game, especially an MMO, and I compete with other players, I want a fair competition. That's it. And I don't mind paying for a game, especially if the game is good. And that's the reason why I don't mind buying an Alpha 2 pack. And I don't mind paying a subscription. Yeah. I spent money in Throne and Liberty and immediately felt like it was cheating. Yes, exactly. I have the same feeling. I lose the sense of accomplishment. It doesn't feel good for me personally. So I'm like I hate myself for doing that. Just basically, I can say it's super old school MMO. Something a little too old school MMO, like 30 people camping a named mob per credit. But guess that's when you can kill people if you're sick of it. Got my cleric. I got to level 14. It was a grind. I have two guys from my static group for whom it was the first weekend. One of them got to level 18. Another one was level like 16, 17 or something around that. So yeah. Oh, sorry, misclick here.
And to consistently release Cadence out new content so that you keep that lifetime value of the players staying subscribed.
I'm not gonna comment a lot about the monetization specifically. Why? Because I have a video dedicated to that on my YouTube channel, and I mean, some of you probably watched it, and I just don't really think that repeating myself is, really necessary. Yeah, there was 19s and 20s on Fresh Start server, but I was alone. I didn't know what to do. It's okay. That's something that I enjoyed as well when it was. So the first time when I managed to log into the game was sometime before Alpha 2 on a PTR server, and I had little to no knowledge about it. Like, I understand the whole thing, like the general idea, yada yada yada. I watched the showcases, but you don't know much about you don't know much about the game itself, like what are you supposed to do, right? And it's a nice feeling to have because you have a whole world to explore. I don't know about you, but that's something that I like. That's something that I enjoy. So if that's something that you enjoy as well, just enjoy it, because you can, like, playing the game for the first time, it only happens once. Let's put it that way.
When it comes to microtransactions, my perspective is that so long as it doesn't touch the integrity of in-game power, that includes things like expanding inventory slots.
Efolk, I haven't rushed leveling at all. I'm still 16 when I have mostly focused on gathering. Yes, I can confirm that. He really did. And thanks to him, I have a blue apprentice lumberjacking axe.
Or fast travel, or buying stats, or anything that is related to
Progression.
your output of influence in the game.
Yep.
That should not be on the marketplace. But if it is purely cosmetic, and just to be clear, even though we're willing and going to be offering purely cosmetic marketplace items, they will not be the best cosmetics that you can acquire either. The best cosmetics that you can acquire, I believe, should exist within the game, and that the marketplace is a way to provide additional flavor and additional options that players have access to. So our focus is subscription model with a cosmetic marketplace only, no pay to win, no pay to convenience, no box price.
And also, if I recall correctly, I believe that's still their plan. Maybe not, something that they plan to do right now, but in some time, it's a merch store, which is also a great thing to do. Like, it's also a monetization technically, but it doesn't affect the game in any way. So yeah, not only need to be able to grind, but need a team to do so and have to fight for the area you want to grind. It's a lot. I'm cleric, so I'm so hard solo. Yeah, but at the same time, clerics are highly sought after when it comes to groups. So yeah, farming in a group is much more beneficial, especially in a good group. And personally, I mean, I loved seeing global chat where people are like, I don't know, level 17 Bard looking for a group, level 12 Ranger looking for a group, or looking for members to farm Highwayman Hills. That's some old school vibes out there. No group finder, nothing like that. People interacting and talking with each other, collaborating, etc. I love that. I love that.
In my opinion, that gives the best of both worlds.
Yes.
When it comes to low barrier to entry, motivation for the dev team to produce content updates, and no fiddling with the integrity of the in-game achievement.
I'm going to tell you.
Bard best class ATM, one of the best, I think. So same level is most important for EXP rewards when it's 4 or 8 until they change rope formulas. Yeah, but once again, I wouldn't really take that super seriously because a lot of things will change over time. Mage best class, it's pretty strong as well. Yes, I agree with that.
Right now, everybody loved that. that's fantastic.
Yeah, whole chat is W.
So, actually, something along that line is one of the things that I've been wondering about. A bunch of people have been talking about. There are cosmetic mounts on the store, right? And we know that certain mounts are faster than other mounts. The mount right here is 175% ground speed. We've seen mounts at 135% ground speed. Are the mounts that you buy from the store, are they going to be faster? Is it going to be a skin for mounts? How does this work?
Solo Fighter, this video will confirm the same level policy. Didn't really get that, but okay. All the classes feel pretty done. I haven't seen a single complaint about their classes. I mean, it's not like complaints, it's more like feedback that something can be done better about them. So yeah, and I'm not even talking about balance because balance is not the primary focus right now.
So you must acquire your mount in game first, and then you can apply a visual skin to it from the store. So it doesn't affect the stats. You can't buy a skin and then summon the skin. You have to first acquire the mount. The mount stats that you acquire are in-game based off of either animal husbandry system or vendor, or if you're a mayor. And then if you own a skin that you purchased, then you can apply that visual appearance to the mount that you've acquired in-game.
That's awesome. So what is your feeling about regional pricing? Regional pricing is a huge hot button issue, especially with my community. We've got a lot of people from Brazil. We've got a lot of people all over Europe, a lot of people from Australia. And I am very passionate about this subject. So how do you guys want to handle that?
My perspective is that price harmonization is a good thing. However, it must be coupled with unique region locks associated with that price harmonization. So when you offer different prices for certain different regions, those prices.
Didn't WoW just get like $90 mount? Yes, they did. And I even know who bought it. Not me. Don't think about me anything bad, but I know who did. And you know that person as well, Efog.
Apply to accounts within that region's publishing. And sometimes that can be handled by, a publisher for a territory. The Intrepid is intending to self-publish in North America and Europe. And we are open to, obviously, partners as we get down the road who share our vision of what Ashes needs to be for territories outside of those areas. But then what I would say is that even though we
Flanker has $90 mount and he never even played the game. That's next level whaling. Yeah, no, I never even had World of Warcraft on my PC, so yeah.
have price harmonization for those territories, they would be on their own region from an account services perspective.
I actually really like that. So I've got a background in offensive security, and one of the things that we had to fight against all the time was bots. So when you make it so that, say, somebody from Brazil is paying to only play on the Brazilian servers at the Brazilian price, you're stopping outside entities from just buying a ton of accounts in Brazil and then using those to go and flood the U.S. servers at a cheaper price. That's really a big barrier.
And also, that's the reason why I'm happy that Ashes is not free to play, because obviously free to play means they have to monetize the game in some other ways, but that's secondary. The first thing is the fact that if it's free to play, there is no price for people who are botting. If they get banned, they are just like, okay, I'm gonna make another account. What you gonna do to me with that? McDormand, hi, hello, welcome to the stream, welcome to the chat. It's your first message, and no in-game way to buy game time. Yeah, kind of. Free to play is awful, but just sub price doesn't deter bots. Yes, but once again, you can't deter bots, like you can't get rid of them completely, but you can reduce their number. And having a subscription is one way of doing that, one of the factors that contribute to that. And another factor is active GMs, active customer support, report system that actually works, not the way it worked in New World, for example, when I had like literal videos of people, botting, and I was like, okay, here are the bots. Are you guys gonna do something about it? And guess what happened? Absolutely nothing.
For that, yeah, massive for that. So good, hell yeah. Let's see. Looked over all of those. Are there any other questions you guys have about monetization? Anything at all? Let's go to chat for a moment before we move forward. Oh, there's a golden Kappa train. Oh man, chat's gonna go wild.
Golden Kappa train?
So
What
on
is a
Twitch,
golden Kappa train?
on Twitch we have these things called
we surrounded bots for 1-2 hours, interrupting their farm path in New World. Yeah, I was bringing boars and trying to drop aggro on the bots as well, but once again, it's not supposed to work like that. In perfect world, all you need to do is type /report, then report the bot. That's it. Boom. He's banned.
hype trains. And
percent of chance for Ashes of Creation to be a scam or not released. Not equal to 0, but very, very low. Especially after what we saw during alpha. And the way that devs behave and interact with the community. The amount of times when PTR server gets launched, and the amount of updates and the velocity. So yeah, percent of chance to see pay to win, close to non-existent. Very low, less than 5%, I would say, because highly doubt it. Because the amount of backlash that they would get after all these years of saying that there will be no pay to win whatsoever, and having it as one of their main advantages and key selling points. So I highly doubt it, because that will be a very significant, a major betrayal. Well, that was the whole point. Yeah, exactly.
There's like less than a 1% chance you become a golden kappa train instead. And it's basically when people throw bits and subs, they get a golden kappa for 24 hours. It's a rare thing that happens on the channel. It's like
that's awesome.
You only get like a couple of them a month usually. So enjoy.
That is
It has
awesome.
begun. Yeah. So yeah, any questions from chat about monetization? Anything that you're upset about? Anything you want to know more about? Anything you want to understand? Now's the time to.
But he might just run out of money before game releases, and it's ogre. I asked the same question to one of the PTR testers who knows more about the game than I do, and I said like, that's one of the like there are many concerns about the game. I don't find probably the majority of them are as don't consider the majority of them as valid, but at the same time them being able to fund the development process is still one of my concerns. And it comes obviously from lack of information because I don't know, and many people don't know whether like how are they doing on the situation, like on financial side of things, right? But basically what he told me is that, without going into details, because he couldn't go into details because that was NDA, and he said that there is no reasons to worry about it at this point. So I guess I shouldn't. And at the same time, I think they will, even if something goes wrong, they will find a way to, find the funds.
Ask it, and I'm dead.
Oh no.
We had a server crash. It's fun. I think the server keeps going down over in this area. I don't know what it is. It might be the mesh server, might be the whole server.
It's possible. We definitely have had some nasty server bugs over the course of the last 3 weekends, but I will say that the engine team, our network team, and our Intrepid Core Services team has done a great job in tracking down some of the biggest offenders. We had like a 10x server performance increase over the course of this last weekend.
I can confirm that servers are much better now than they used to be on the first weekend.
Because we discovered some of our destructible props, some of our static meshes in the world were causing our nav invokers to consistently and constantly redraw their nav as they were getting dirtied by these objects.
Yeah, I noticed a massive difference between this week and last week. I think last week there were a lot of fights that were just kind of undoable. Yep. And it was just because monsters were teleporting around, right? And now...
And it's not only about the monsters, it's also about the players. Because even though it's better than it used to be, it's still not, final and not perfect yet. Because we had a fight in Highwayman Hills, and I don't know why that happened, because in different location everything was kind of fine, and I could see players from like, I don't know, like 60 meters, right? But in Highwayman Hills, we had a PvP, like group-based PvP, like group versus group, basically. And you don't see anything, and then suddenly a whole group appears like 20 meters away from you, and I play as a ranger. What am I supposed to do against that? Like, you just, you just exist, and in the next second you're getting jumped, and 3 seconds later you're dead. I was like, well, maybe it depends on location, so... Yeah, and the number of players that are in that location, because there are many players in Highwayman Hills.
Now, this week, everything is super smooth, and when I die, I know it's because it's a skill issue and not the game screwing me over, which is great. At least most of the time. Sometimes you get the rage of the game, right?
I haven't seen enough videos of Steven to know his projected release is summer 2026. He has stated that Alpha Wave will be 12 months. No. Alpha Wave 3 will be at least 12 months, and that's a difference. At least 12 months can be 12 months or 36 months. We don't know that. Betas are 2 weeks each. Betas are usually not that long. That's true. They take too long to release. The new car smell wears off and they lose the advantage they have built over the next 18 months. That's true, but at the same time, releasing an unfinished game, like we've seen that already. It doesn't end up well.
Oh, let's see. So here's actually a really interesting one. Are you guys going to offer subscription discount for consecutive months, like 3 months in a row, slight discount, or a year long with a slight discount?
Yeah, I'm definitely a proponent of that. I believe that it's a cool thing for companies to do, which is offer discounts based off of bulk month subscriptions. Yeah.
Good.
Nice. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Here's a big one. None of the items in the game right now have any type of soul binding. Is that an intended game design, or is that something that's going to be addressed later on?
No, that is an intended game design. So there are a few things that are still missing from the economy, which relates to kind of our deconstruction methods and tempering. Those are obviously the sinks that should balance our faucets of open economy items. The desire is that there is a relatively functional recycle method by which.
Hold up.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm dumb. We're in the middle of ads. We're going to wait. I'm so
He has also said he will release fully functional and not complete if he has to. Like in... Oh, wait, that's about something else, right?
sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, we'll go back.
It's all good.
Ads are gone. Give me a sec. I forgot the UI was there. That's my bad. I thought we had more time.
It's okay.
Yeah, we do 2-minute ad breaks. That's why. I'm going to put the UI back up. It's just going to eat you with Jeff Bezos, and then I'll ask again. Yeah, professional streamer. All right. I always wait for everybody. I don't want them to miss something just because they didn't monetize. It's a big thing for me.
No, that's smart. That's smart for sure. By the way, I noticed that you...
Well, that's actually an interesting thing to do. Because so far with ads, when it comes to ads, I only figured out that I can... Well, I figured out two things. That I can launch ads when I'm, taking a break, like making a coffee or, attending a restroom. And also I realized that I can launch ads in advance so that we will have more time without ads. So if I'm not doing anything, interesting in game, right, I can do that in advance. We did that during the first weekend, I believe. And I believe when the servers were down and something like that, and we ended up having like 6 or 8 hours without ads whatsoever, which was pretty pog. But yeah, that's interesting. That's something that I can also think about. Yeah, correct.
You were killing Tumok. You'll notice my mug here is Tumok.
Oh,
as well.
It's pretty cool.
Christ, it's amazing, dude. All right.
Yeah, I want to see that on the merch store. Maybe I won't buy it myself, but it's a cool item to have.
All right, we're back. Ads are over. So, to ask that question again, if you, like right now, there's no soul binding on any of the gear. Is that intended game design, or is that something that'll be addressed later?
No, it is intended game design. Obviously, you've done a great job in helping to communicate with your community, which is really something that I got to say, Thor, from myself and from Intrepid as a team.
Launching ads to stop pre-roll ads will help retention. Many people get ads when they open and leave. Yeah, I believe that's what I did. That's what I did in my settings. At least I followed the instruction, and I hope it works. So yeah, when I start the stream, and the stream is, stream starting soon, when the stream has stream starting soon notification, the ads are like going then, and then we don't have it for an hour. So yeah, I'll think about other ways how to make watching my stream more comfortable as well. Thor has talked about not using pre-roll ads also, yeah.
We love listening to you because you're very knowledgeable when it comes to game development, having the experience that you obviously have. And it's difficult sometimes to find, content creators with the reach that you have, streamers with the reach that you have, helping to educate communities and, what different phases of development look like, especially from that of an alpha. And when we talk about, the current economy, the systems that are in the game, there are still missing features that relate to this idea of an open.
Apparently, they got surprised that there is a firebrand nearby.
Economy, which means that very little to no things are intended to be soulbound. They're all a part of an open economy, which are missing a few features in phase one. As we know, phase one is about stability and performance. And as we enter into phase 2 and phase 3, some of those additional features and systems will come online, one of which is deconstruction, tempering over enchantments. Those are expected to sink open economy items out of the economy to help kind of reach that balance between the faucets and the sinks.
So with that in mind, if items are intended to not have soul binding, how is your team going to effectively plan to fight RMT? For those who don't know, that's real money transaction.
That's a fair question, because like it's much easier to do RMT in a game that has, you know, no soul binding. I don't know what's the correct word in English for that, but when items are not attached to a character, let's put it that way.
Which means if I find a really good item and I want to sell it to another person, I can trade money outside of the game to trade that item to them. And I've had to fight that fight, and it's very tough, especially with no soul binding.
Well, first of all, what I would say is, first and foremost, we are going to be investing heavily in our GMs and in our CS teams, which we have a plan, and we have some rudimentary elements of that plan currently in alpha that relate to player heat mapping, action heat mapping, and kind of RMT flags that will then cause some investigative things to occur on our side. This is something that I think has to.
Lacey bro, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Wait, are you a Russian speaker? I'm just wondering because of your Twitch name. Just curious. Because Lissy in Russian means bold, and in Ukrainian as well.
To be done in order to preserve the integrity of the
Wait, are you Asmongold? Oh, Deconfrost. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. I appreciate your support, guys.
Economy of the game.
Може українська. Okay, yes, this is a Ukrainian guy. Привіт, друже.
Game. RMT is obviously, even in a game where you had 100% soulbound, can still be done, whether that be through things like power leveling, purchasing accounts, whatever it might be. A soulbound approach to the economy doesn't solve that per se. You still have to, as a company, choose to invest in combating those things.
True.
And I think many players who played in this genre know that at some point, the lights get turned off for many publishers around making those investments. However, that's not our mandate. Our mandate is to ensure that in order to provide an environment where integrity matters, we have to be willing to invest not just in the tools that discover these types of things, but also in the CS response that includes the GM's availability.
Fair.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's a cat and mouse game. For anybody who doesn't understand, you're like, oh, it's going to be full of RMT. It's going to be full of bots. It will. And they'll be fighting it, and they'll evolve their strategy. And then the opponents will evolve their strategy, and it just goes back and forth. It is a never-ending battle that never goes away.
It only ends when the developer or the publisher says, all right, I'm done. Go do what you want.
Yep. And on top of that, it's also highly organized. All of the gold sellers you see across all of the games you've ever seen, largely part of the same mega groups that actually do this. It's not just some kid in his basement. It's the grand majority of it is done by very efficient, very automated groups that make a ton of money doing it.
Yeah, because it's also a business. It may be some sort of, shady business, but it's still considered and treated like a business. And people who make money out of it want to keep making money and want to make more money, which is understandable, right? But
yeah, and to be fair, it's actually very harmful to the company as well, because oftentimes those bad actors are using fraudulent financial information in order to acquire the accounts necessary to facilitate the high bot counts that they do, which, as we know from a merchant services perspective, obviously, as those chargebacks occur, as that fraudulent activity happens, it can be very costly to the company.
Yep. Philosophical question. If I make a stellar price of gear I cannot use effectively, does it hurt the game for me to sell it to a player for RMT and coin in-game? What does it mean? What is a stellar price? Sorry, I don't know. Like, I've seen that word, but I don't remember what does it mean. Hang on, let me translate it. Stellar. Stellar price. I don't really know what that means, to be honest. I think RMT is not allowed. In-game currency wouldn't be a problem though. Hey Pockets. Hello. It's been a long time. If you buy in-game item for in-game currency, it is always fine, yes. Stellar is outstanding, like very high or something. Does it hurt the game? No, it's basically on the side, pay to win. It's like I still don't really get it. You mean if you you cannot use effectively. I didn't really get it. So if you have, so no, if you have a good item, you can't sell it for real money. That's against the rules anyway. Yeah, but there are some other, like I come from Lineage. There was RMT in Lineage, even on the servers where it was heavily fought by the admins. But there are still ways that I obviously will not talk publicly about how to do that with like little to no risk. Let's put it that way. It's extremely difficult to detect them because if you start punishing players in those situations, you will get a lot of false positive, triggers. So yeah, it's a battle that you can't win, but once again, it doesn't mean that you have to stop fighting. If I make a piece of gear that I cannot use, its stats don't help me. Why can't I sell it for RMT? Does it hurt in game? Like, yes, it affects the economy. It turns. So RMT contributes to pay to win. If you don't want to a game with a pay to win, you don't want to have RMT in that game because RMT is basically pay to win, but not from the game shop, but from other players. RMT is always pay to win. Yep. Oh.
So it actually behooves us to make sure that we're on top of our game by stopping those bad actors at the edge.
RMT always hurts a game. There will be multiple systems to break it down or sell it to other players in game. No need for RMT to get value. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. The logic I was not seeing. Yeah, and also you can take a look at RMT in New World, for example. So there were a lot of bots that were just near the settlements, right? And all they did, they were harvesting like low tier resources, like chopping wood, for example, or mining rocks. And then what those bots would do, and I saw that with my own eyes, they will just flood the market with cheap resources, right? And for example, if you chop wood in New World, you can sell the wood, or for example, you can turn it into charcoal and also sell charcoal, or you can turn it into timber and sell timber, right? And so on and so forth. So they will do that with a lot of items, therefore affecting in-game economy by flooding the market with cheap resources. And that's not something that is supposed to happen in game, right? And it affects the economy in a negative way.
First and foremost, and then catching.
I farmed Orichalcum for hours and hours and hours at 5 a.m. fighting with Russian Zergs for it. The next day it cost like 1 copper a piece because of dupers. Exactly. Dupes is another problem. Is it cheating if I allow someone to play on my account while I'm at work? That's called, I don't know how it's called in English, what's the word for it, but in Russian speaking segment, it's called like driving, and a person who does that is a driver. That depends. You in order to make sure, like to be sure about that, you need to check TOS and see whether it's allowed or not allowed to share your account with someone. But once again, it's one thing when you share your account, like login and password, with someone who is like, I don't know, in another city or another country, piloting. Okay, right. And another thing is like, I don't know, if you have a wife or a girlfriend, and while you're not playing, she's playing your character. Technically, it's still piloting, but how would you detect that? There's no way. There's no way to understand that this is a different player. I mean, it's not impossible, but it would require so much, manpower and resources, etc. So it's also difficult. Account sharing is normally against US. So for example, on a server in Lineage that I played, it was also against US, but people were doing it all the time. Why? Because the reason why it was in TOS was the following. So if someone shares the account and then they get scammed, right? Admins have no interest in dealing with that. They will just say, sharing account is against TOS, it's your problem, fuck off, right? And they will have every right to do so because it was the player's mistake, right? To do that. So, or simply says, "Oh, this is my boyfriend's account." Someone screenshots to a dev. I mean, yeah, but if you have just a little bit of brain cells, you can just not do that, right?
Very quickly the signatures that can help identify them.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm I'm really glad. This is good. This is good for me to hear. All right, let's switch gears a little bit. We're going to talk about guilds. Right now, we are
Bro, you haven't talked to my girlfriend. No girlfriend, no problems. Let's put it that way.
a massive guild on the server, right? We've got 40 sub guilds. All of them are completely full. So we've got 30 people in every single one of those guilds. How is it that you guys are planning to either embrace or combat this kind of behavior? Because really, at the end of the day, we are a Zerg guild. We are. Massive community, tons of people on the server, and this can be intimidating for others.
Well, I think there's a few things that go into that. That's a big question.
Yep.
So first and foremost, we don't have all of our guild progression in the game yet. That means that guilds have the ability to acquire certain resources, which then get invested into the guild progression system that allows the guild to kind of choose two different paths at each level. Either they're going to have the expanded member allotment, or they can invest in passive skills and other features that the guild has access to. So
yeah, it's like he basically talks about guild progression system.
guilds have to kind of make a decision. Do we want to go more members, or do we want to go more power from a passive and or resources perspective?
There'll be some that get along with it for quite some time, but as soon as the fact about someone makes their hang on. What? 1 second. Okay, so I noticed, so my cat is sleeping in my old gaming chair. He loves sleeping there. And he was apparently seeing some dreams, and he was, moving his paws. So maybe he was running somewhere, and I noticed him. So I was like, what if he has a bad dream or something? So I decided to wake him up, and he was he was really sleeping. Yeah. Did you see a dream? Hello. Do cats actually see dreams? If you're going to cheat, don't tell anyone. Only do it. Yeah. What? Possibly. It's possible, yeah. Because... Okay. Yeah, let's go back to stream.
So that doesn't solve it, right? Because obviously, if you're well organized, and I was very well organized in the guilds that I used to run in my MMOs, I would have my department.
I think I can actually show him to you. So this is, once again, a disclaimer. This is my old gaming chair, and it got a little bit scratched by the cat, so it doesn't really look good, but I don't care. It's still here because my cat likes to sleep in it, and that's why it will remain here all the time. So hang on. How do I show this properly? Probably I do this, right? Hang on. Yeah, okay. And let me open OBS just to make sure. Cat boggers, yes. Okay. Webcam. And here's the cat. He's sleeping there. Chester. Say hi. There he is. Chilling. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. Yeah. He's cute. His name is Chester. He's a British short-haired cat. He is 16 years old. So in 2 years, he will be able to drink and, do everything else. Yeah.
Of agriculture. I would have my engineering.
Sadly, more cute than my G. I mean, it's a cat. Let's put it that way. All cats are better than humans, and animals are better than humans, right? So, an old boy, yes, he's mature. Yeah.
corps, I would have my strike team and my task forces, and they all operated on different TeamSpeak servers. This was back in the day. And I would have a commander for each one of those, and they would report to me. It was a very organized structure, right? So
Thor is smiling because he knows exactly what Steven is talking about. Now those skinless ones are ugly, furless. I mean, probably they're not for everyone, but cats are still cats, you know?
so it's not difficult to
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I forgot to switch. Hang on. Let me change it here. Okay. Yeah, we're
essentially delegate that power off into different organizations. However,
Thor
what
is
we
laughing.
do then to kind of combat that is in our encounter design, when it comes to events that actually leverage guild structures, such as node sieges, node wars, guild wars, and castle sieges, we intend to provide objectives that not just relate to the number of people that you have, but also limit some of the participation to group size objectives within these larger events that can turn the tide of power in the event. So in that situation, we have mechanics that kind of start to mitigate the amount of benefit that can come from a numbers perspective.
Yeah, and under this scenario, in this circumstances, apparently the group that guild from a the group from a guild that has less members and therefore allocated more points in some skills or passive skills that like for players, right? They would have advantage in those scenarios. At least that's how I understand it. Over 40 guilds working for Thor. Yes, yes. Doken, thank you so much for following. Doken, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Now that doesn't entirely remove the numbers perspective.
Yeah, so he very often comes and sleeps right next to me. I'm talking about the cat, and because basically I'm his only option to socialize because my parents left the country because of the war. And we're like, we are like a team here. We're helping each other to survive all this.
Are other features that intend to kind of make it more difficult for larger organizations to take advantage of distributing their player base across multiple guilds. And that is the idea that when guilds own a thing, whether that be a castle or a guild hall, you are limiting the reach that that power has to influence that group of people. So if I just said, no, we're...
Oh, yeah, by the way, boys, quick shout out. If you are looking for a community that will help you to fight the boredom between the weekends when servers are up, feel free to join the Discord, my Discord server. That's where we communicate, hang out. You can also get notifications there about the upcoming streams, new videos, etc., etc. So feel free to join. You are welcome to do so if you want to.
We're going to let guilds be 1,000 in size, then what we're doing is we're allowing the power that we want to provide guilds from the castle ownership or from the guild hall ownership or from the freehold system to be delegated out then to all 1,000 of those members. But when we start to bring that down in size, now there's a competition for the scarcity of resources and there's an opportunity for political betrayal. I can't tell you how many times in the games that I played where that scarcity of benefit has caused rifts between my commanders or between different groups within the guild that then can potentially erupt in a civil war, right? And
yes, I've seen that with my own eyes in Lineage as well. So the way the top guilds are organized in Lineage, they usually consist of static groups, right? You can't get in a top guild if you're not a member of static groups because it's much easier in terms of organization, right? The thing is, there's like, I don't know, 8, 10, or 12 static groups in the guild, and the guild leader, he doesn't really interact with, players. He interacts with group leaders, right? So it's easy to... It's like a chain of command. It's like the army, basically. You have one general, you have like 12, I don't know, lieutenants, captains, etc. And you have the privates, right? So like the guild leader mostly interacts with group leaders, and when you farm, some epic world boss or something, and then comes the time for loot allocation. And oh boy, as a group leader, I attended some of those, like on a server, and I was like, oh my god, people sometimes get so greedy and their ego is, and I was like, oh my god. It's like, so certain groups may be in the guild, and while they're in the same guild, they absolutely fucking hate each other, right?
And those are the types of player emergent behaviors that we want to encourage by introducing these systems of soft friction where people compete for things.
Yeah, that makes sense completely. I actually love that. So I came from EVE Online. I played EVE Online for about 15 years. I was the alliance leader of Strybug. Clade was about 1,200 players. We had to move all around the map, highly organized strike teams. Usually in those teams, it's between 5 and 15 people. So I'm very used to this kind of gameplay. That's exactly what I was hoping for. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Because, yeah, Zerging, that kind of stuff, that only happened when we were in massive fleet battles. But when you're doing that, it's not 300 versus 300. It's tons of groups of 5 versus tons of groups of 5, all on the same battlefield together.
Look at this comment. Ashes is basically modernized Lineage 2 with much more content, much more mechanics. Yes, I agree with this. This is the correct comment.
Yes,
so you have
absolutely.
to individually organize those. And we use things like TeamSpeak, we use Discord, we use all kinds of different stuff to be able to do this. And it was incredibly important to pull it off that way, because if you didn't, you just get owned, man. Like,
Yep.
you have to be more organized. Yeah.
Absolutely. And the way that from a design perspective that we can encourage those things is we can put specific group-based encounters within that broader ecosystem of the engagement, right? That gives some power to the guilds that instead chose to focus on a smaller, tight-knit core group and go down the path of higher passives and benefits instead of group membership. And now they're better positioned to win those group v group engagements potentially because they have that choice of the power tree.
I want to reinstall TeamSpeak and Ventrilo. Yes, I will have to do that as well, but it's not. It's going to be Mumble. Mumble, I found it's super convenient for that kind of communication. And even though Mumble looks kind of shitty, right? It still has features that Discord doesn't have, which is global voice, for example. So the way we used to like organize ourselves in Lineage, so we had a Mumble server, and there was like, if we had like, I don't know, 10 groups, for example, there was 10 rooms for each group. So you are only in a room with your own group members, right? And so group leaders had a global voice, so they could talk to the guild leader or other group members, and obviously guild leader also had a global voice. But all members, like if I am just an ordinary member, I can mute the global and only listen to the calls of my group leader, for example, if I don't want to get overwhelmed with the comments, right? But if you're a group leader, you have to communicate with both your group and other group leaders, and also with your guild leader. Discord is when enlarged. Yeah.
So that's an important part of the guild progression. The other thing I want to note is that, like, from my from my perspective, two of the games that I really enjoyed playing were Lineage. I know. I'm sorry. I have had a cough for a long time, but it's related to a medication I take. The two games that I really enjoyed playing, Lineage 2 and Arcade. In Arcade, my guild that I started back in like 2003 and since resigned when I started Intrepid as its leader. But we had 1,500-ish people on our server, and we broke that up into multiple guilds. And on Curios, for the first, like, the name of our server, for the first 6 months, we owned every raid boss. We were the first to do the raid bosses. Every time it spawned, we did all the raid bosses. So we were getting all this gear, right? And over time, you would see the resistance on the server would just mount more as people would catch up. until the point where it was this full-blown war of the entire server against our guild. And eventually the ship
Yes.
righted itself, right? The haves versus the have-nots, they started to reach the struggle point, and then it dispersed, and the guild got overturned. But like, that is the type of interesting political environment that is, I think, very compelling and gets some level of emotional investment from the players who are a part of that scenario, working to change the paradigm of the political environment on their server. That's a fun experience.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I super.
Once again, even though, well, like, pay attention to this. Even though they eventually lost, from what I understand it, many years later, Steven still remembers it, because while you're playing a game and while something unfortunate might happen, it might suck at that moment, but after some time, it will be a memory. And memories is one of the factors why I and probably many of you play MMOs. Yeah, if game doesn't allow a server to have a history, it's a shit game. Yeah.
Agree with that. It's one of the things I was telling people before is some of the best gameplay that I ever had in EVE Online was in small, tight-knit groups where we're highly efficient, just picking at a really large enemy. Because you could...
Yes, exactly. And that's the reason. Yeah, Ifuk just typed exclamation mark group, and that's exactly the reason why I'm looking for a few more people in my static group, because that's the mindset I share, and that's the way I want to play the game. So I don't mind being a member of a guild, but also I want a very tight-knit community of like-minded people who are super organized, who are super efficient, and who work together towards achieving the goals.
You can be more efficient, you can be more skilled in a tiny group and just do a lot of damage to a large guild or a large, in that case, it's alliance and corporation, because they just can't move as fast,
Yep.
And you get in, you get out, you steal something, you kill something, and you just have a bunch
That's called asymmetric warfare. That's true.
of groups doing this, and you attrition them down out of the war, And that may not look like a bad thing, but when you got 100 groups doing that, man, it's rough.
Absolutely. And another key point, about the Zerg mechanics, right? A big issue that I think that help Zergs be Zergs is the ability to easily fast travel throughout the world, right?
True.
Yeah.
In Ashes, we don't have that ability, right? You cannot easily fast travel throughout the world. And that is an intended game design, again, to mitigate the response from these large number organizations that may not focus as much on subterfuge or espionage because they have the numbers, right? But they don't have the organization or the skill.
Yep.
And that is the textbook definition of what a Zerg is. So fast travel is an additional component that helps to mitigate. There's not one particular solution or mechanic to a Zerg. There is a confluence of solutions that make it more difficult to Zerg. But ultimately, in an MMORPG,
Same, like, it's the same logic as with combating RMT or botting. You can't get rid of it completely, but you can mitigate that, like, by a number of actions, a number of decisions.
numbers are relevant, right? Then to a degree, they are a mandate of power. So, you can't entirely stop it, but
Yep.
you can put a lot of hoops that they need to jump through in order to manage that large of an organization, which then just introduces the likelihood that that organization will at some point fall apart or be susceptible to some type of political intrigue.
I'm looking forward for some epic large-scale fights for world bosses, just like old times in Tower of Insolence, Forge of Gods, Imperial Tomb, etc., etc. Yes, my friend, that's exactly something that I'm waiting for, and I really hope. So currently, their world bosses require a raid of 40 people to defeat them, and I really hope they will also have bosses like Antaras or Valakas, right, that required like hundreds of people killing them for a couple of hours, right? Because those fights, I will remember them till the end of my life.
So what are you going to do when one of those really large guilds also has a very well-trained EVE Online spy corps? I mean,
That's a
I'm
good
just
question.
just theoretical. You know, definitely
Just
not
theoretically,
something that's
just
theoretically, just a little
Well, like I
bit. This is
said,
gonna
there's
be a lot
not
of fun.
one solution. There's a number. There's a number of different things that make it difficult.
Blizzard, WoW private server world boss fights were insane. Official servers unfortunately couldn't handle it and lagged too much. Blizzard couldn't afford servers, while some random guy in his basement could. Same thing happened in Lineage. So in Lineage, on official servers, you usually had a player cap of 6,000 players. Yet the server that I played on, that celebrated maybe a few months ago, it celebrated its 19th birthday, right? I don't know who are the admins of that server, but they definitely can do things, because I like when there was a pandemic like COVID, right? There was a lot of players, and it was like one of the servers achieved the world record for Lineage 2 for the number of players on a server, like CCU number. And back then it was like around 18,000 players, and servers were perfectly fine with that. And at the same time, I was like, how is it possible on a private server when official server can only handle like 5,000-6,000? That's just raises a lot of question. There's a difference between can't afford and won't afford. Yep, sorry, that's as well, but yeah. And there's a reason why the majority of players now still play on private servers, and it lasts for many years already.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So let's see. Are there any plans to bring mayor and guild systems together more, rather than being two separate systems?
You know, I think that in the Venn diagram of overlap, there is obviously some overlap between guild affiliation and node citizenship and mayorship. But as the game continues to expand and as we introduce more nodes, that is going to become something that's more increasingly difficult in order to kind of manage from a guild influence perspective. There's a reason why mayorship, citizenship, and guilds are intended to be separate. Guilds I view as very much a territorial, I own this thing, my guild is the owner of these things.
Sov
And
was like that
nodes,
in Eve. Yeah, sovereignty was
right.
like that in Eve. Exactly that.
And nodes are really not intended to be that space. Nodes are intended to be content hubs that any player has access to, whether that content is narrative arcs that send you out into the world and the POIs around you, whether that be housing that you have access to, or artisanship services, or vendor tables. Like, these are things that, should players choose to be a citizen, they have access to be. Now, this brings in the concept of what's called pseudo factions. And again, we are not a faction based game by design. However,
Thank God. That's something that I totally don't like. And I didn't like that in New World because, like, I mentioned that already. Like, I want to choose my friends and my enemies like myself. I don't want the game to do that for me, because there were people from my faction who I would gladly, PK, and there were people from other factions that were cool dudes.
we do introduce many mechanisms by which pseudo factions can come to be. And the reason for that is because these pseudo factions help create player friction, which relate to the last conversation we just had, the last question, right? How do we soft introduce opportunities where players' interests can be at odd, even within their guild organizations? If you have a node that half of your members are a part of, and a node that another half of your members are a part of, and you have an adversary who is aware of this, they can start to pit interests against one another because of the scarcity of resource design. So by that truth, we want nodes to be part and separate from guilds. We want social organizations to be part and separate. We
Good.
want religions to be part and separate, right? These are all competing progression paths that don't have really a strong relationship with guilds.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I like that. I think it's interesting to have separate systems like that, because then it's not all, as you said, based around the biggest guild. That was one of the things that really attracted me to the node system right off the bat. Was in EVE Online, sovereignty basically meant I own this area of nullsec. Get out or we kill you, right? And it was up to them to defend it. You could always sneak in and all kinds of stuff. But if they were, an on their toes adversary, they'd be able to stop that. Roll all the wormholes, stop you from getting in. And in this case, it's like, no, I live here. We all live here.
Yes,
And those guys are trying to break it, so let's all fight them, right? And I like
Yes.
that. I really liked that idea because it's more of an inclusive system while still having player-to-player tension, even if you're part of the biggest guild or running solo, and I like that.
I think the name of the game there is conflict and interest, right?
Yeah.
We want to provide a lot of opportunities for there to be a conflict in interest, because when those types of decisions have to get made, that is an emotional investment from the player. That is something that's emergent. That is something that provides the dilemma, which is to a degree pretty fun, and makes for very interesting, non-prescriptive, predictable outcomes.
My home is the Highwayman Hills. I leveled to nearly 20 there, 3x in a row because we rerolled every weekend. Yeah, Highwayman Hills is definitely a very, very popular spot.
Yeah. So here's an interesting one. In EVE, Spy
So on which level do you normally come to Highwayman Hills? Like 10 plus, I assume? When you get the gear upgrade?
Spycraft is very big. We know Spycraft is going to be huge in this as well.
6?
And Spycraft is like, I go and make an alt, I join your faction, I get intel from the inside, and then I'm able to feed it back to my own people. Maybe I steal.
I mean, and you're farming mobs that are like level... Oh, do you start farming elites at level 6, or like you just kill ordinary mobs for, XP and gear? Because, I mean, probably level 10 would be more comfortable there because you get better gear on level 10 and better weapons.
Some things, maybe I disrupt, maybe I, scout your position and give that away, and then we turn on you in PvP. There's so many different ways to disrupt with Spycraft. How is Ashes going to handle this? Because in EVE, we had something called a player API, but that fit into the game world. It was like, I can read your in-game mails, I can see all the trades you've ever done, and I can see all of your skills. And the reason they did that was it's counterplay. So if I had a really good spy detection team, they'd look through all this stuff and try to identify where you have screwed up in your logs. Or you could try to hide it by making a totally clean alt and try to,
Gotcha.
Ferment it, as we would call it, for a great deal of time so that it looked like you were a normal player and that it wasn't an alt. There's so many ways to play the cat and mouse game there, and I'm worried that there's no counterplay to this kind of behavior in Ashes right now.
Should there be a counterplay though? Look at it this way. If spying is easy, it turns out like the whole game becomes a bit more chaotic, or not just a bit. But does it matter? Like, what I'm trying to say is everybody's in equal, starting positions. Everybody is capable of doing that. And at the same time, it doesn't matter how difficult or chaotic the game is. It only matters who can, navigate through chaos better, who can adapt better. Let's put it that way. So I don't know. I don't remember what Steven replied, and I don't even remember whether I watched this part, but in general, let's see.
Yeah, I think that's a big question.
Yeah.
So there's a number of different mechanisms at play when it comes to spying or subterfuge. And there are some safeguards.
Wait, what's this? Spying and what? Subterfuge? I don't know this word. How do you spell it? Do you guys know how to spell this? So at least I can, look for a translation. Because I understand the context, but subterfuge. Okay, I got 2 different spellings. Let's see which one is correct. Okay, let's see. Subterfuge. Okay, what does it mean? Okay, it's like tricks. Okay. Okay, yeah, gotcha, makes sense.
against, where we
Thank you.
feel that we need to kind of curtail that gameplay to a degree. One of those things is citizenship and needing to own housing within a node before you can become a citizen.
I believe it's going to be implemented later because currently it's not the case now. Maybe trapping and pro.
There is account-wide housing ownership restrictions as well. So
yeah, but what like that can be easily resolved with having an alt account, right? It's just you just need to pay a subscription, and in a guild, especially in a large guild, I'm pretty sure you can find someone who can, afford to spend $15 for an alt account to become a spy.
That limits kind of the breadth of potential intrigue that one account has access to. There are levels of obfuscation that we even see in PvP right now with regards to like health plates and targeting plates with things. That is also true with the types of caravans that we intend to deploy that can have visual indicators of cargo being taken on them with certain decoy cargo, so that you can have decoy caravans or decoy merchant ships that may not have things on them. There is registration periods where for a castle siege or for a node siege that the mayor or the castle lord has governance over participation and approves individual people as being a part of certain sides. There are permission restrictions. Who has the ability to activate certain respawn locations during a castle siege, or who has the ability to allow for ports to exist within the castle siege level design. There's a lot that goes into kind of picking and choosing which dials we want players to have access to from an espionage perspective, and which dials will just make it too difficult for that counterplay to exist against the espionage.
Yeah, we had multiple accounts in WoW just to spy on the enemy factions. Real degenerates had 5 accounts to summon themselves that required +3 and 1 to spy. No, fair enough.
That is obviously something that we're going to continue to tune. The balance pendulum always swings, right? It is a constant thing that you want to be cognizant of. Make sure you're collecting player feedback, watching what their actions are, and you never, send that pendulum full swing. You always increment it in different directions to kind of find the sweet spot. So, like all systems, whether it be related to espionage, the subterfuge, just counterplay design, these confluence of systems need to come together to find a healthy resting place that the players can engage with, and it's our job to make sure we're constantly inspecting and iterating to ensure that that balance is met.
Warrior, hello, welcome to the stream. It's been a long time. How's it going?
So somebody asked something interesting in chat, kind of related to nodes and node leadership and ownership like this. Right now, we only have the ability to vote in our mayor, which makes it a popularity contest.
Going very well, man. Cool. Glad to hear that.
What is ahead for other types of nodes? Because I've read a bunch of things in the forums, but I'd like to hear your take on this.
Yeah, there are 3 additional election methods that have yet to be implemented, as we are, of course, in phase 1. And those election methods relate to a kind of an oligarchical, a combat, and a quest-driven kind of performance perspective.
25 yet? No, I wasn't really pushing the level cap. I'm 22 and something, I believe. How are you? Yeah. Maybe I'll, like, if I decide to do so, I don't really, like, we had some guild plans and I also have some plans for my group, but apparently there is a chance that I might hit level 25 this weekend if I basically have enough time to focus on that.
Right now, you're experiencing the scientific election method, which is a purely democratic process. That is for the scientific node type. The economic node type is related to an auction system for the mayorship, which players can pool their interest in node currency towards electing a mayor. And then you have on the military side, there is a repeating arena of of mayoral candidates that can have assigned a number of supporters who participate in a node-wide arena, like once during each week of the election process. And then they acquire a number of points based off of their deaths and kills and participation against the other combatants. And then there is finally a religious node type, which is intended to provide a kind of repeatable interaction with these temples and shrines in the religion system across the world through dedicating resources, time towards those quest events to raise to the top of the contribution ladder.
I love that. That's that's going to bring a lot of really interesting gameplay into that. Is there a way you can choose what kind of node yours is, or is that just luck of the draw?
So nodes are pre-populated, and you choose which ones you become a citizen of. So we designate node locations and type, and that obviously is so that when we tie our adaptive and dynamic spawner systems for whether it be props or monsters or quests or narrative or whatever it is, those things we want to make sure we have a footprint of node type so that we can relate the narrative structures to them. And then players just go around and they can choose which ones they want to be a part of. The benefit there as well is that we kind of prevent a certain meta from forming in the world where one type is expected over another due to player population. Instead, there is a vassal system that kind of governs how nodes preclude other nodes from advancing within this vassal structure. And by pre-populating these node types, we can ensure a better diversity of landscape across each of the realms.
I mean, not much to say about this because I believe like we mostly have the core community members here, right? So we kind of know about it. So yeah, but it's kind of important, I guess, for this particular interview because Thor has a very large audience, and obviously not all of his audience has the, a perfect knowledge of the intended game mechanics.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, let's switch over to PvP. A lot of people have been complaining about PvP balance in terms of 1v1. What is your guys' approach for balancing when you have a game with 64 archetype combinations?
Yeah, our balance approach is group v group. So, we expect, we embrace, and we are welcoming of the rock, paper, scissors design for 1v1s. There are going to be certain matchups where there is a significant advantage for one archetype or one class over another in a 1v1 situation. And that's okay. That pendulum will swing as well over time, but it's primarily adjudicated by role, right? That defines kind of these interactions. But our goal from a balance perspective is we can always say and expect to the players, if you have a full group versus another full group, then predicated on that group composition, that's how we balance essentially our PvP.
Wait.
If you have a full group versus another full group, then
is Steven showing us the middle fingers? Is it kind of like an Easter egg telling us that we shouldn't expect any balance or something? That's funny.
Predicated on that group composition, that's how we balance essentially our PvP.
Which just
makes sense. Oh, for the people who are saying like, what about corruption? It's permanent now. It's actually not. I also thought it was as well, and I went and I actually went and put in a bug report for it because we didn't see it moving. And after grinding for about 30 minutes, it actually slowly fell away. So killing monsters does reduce it now. That is the thing that works.
There may be a couple of, we did just do some changes. The corruption system has been something that we have prioritized iteration on over the course of these last few weeks. As of course, there is a competing, problem with corruption right now in the sense that one, it's not fully feature complete, but two, we're also in a temporary phase of development being in alpha where a lot of player perspective on their gear potential loss and or progression loss that corruption is supposed to deter for is just not as strong hitting in an alpha environment where people are willing to lose their characters.
Exactly. Hey Ruga, we need Friday. Yes, we definitely do. On the second weekend, there was a day or so where corruption just didn't work and it was glorious. I mean, kind of, yeah, but I mean, it's not full PvP mod at every spot. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, like the whole game became just one big lawless zone, but once again, it's not intended to be that way. Even though it was fun, and but yeah, if it, like, personally, I don't care if it would stay that way, but at the same time, like, a lot of players would. So casual players would just not survive, which is not good. Casual players are still people, right? Um, Wait, I wanted to say something as well, but yeah. Well, it shouldn't be, but my point is there's also be places that are like this exactly, and there will be two thirds of the map that are exactly like this, which is ocean. No EXP death on death, only XP death on PvE death or corrupted death. Keep the desert as is. Yeah, but desert and tropics are lowly zones, and they are expected to be only, alpha 2 only features, right? So, and they exist to test, apparently people's behavior in those zones to use that information in future while implementing naval content. I mean, XP dat on PvP, no, I think EXP dat on death in PvP is fine. It just, there might be some logic when it comes to adjusting it during the node wars or something, because, like, for example, if you had guild wars, yeah. So for example, in Lineage you got experience that not that, you just lost XP, so there was no death, but you got XP penalty upon death, but that XP penalty was twice lower when you got killed and during the guild wars, right? Hi, simple question. Your opinion, short bow or long bow for PvX? I don't know, to be honest. I mostly played with longbow in both PvP and PvE. I didn't really have a good short bow to test it. But, I mean, longbow was fine for me. I can't really answer this, but I've saw players using both.
So,
Yep.
In that sense, we're gonna balance a little bit, perhaps overbalance for corruption during the testing period, and then as we enter into
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I also said even before Alpha 2 started. Not that I'm not saying that as like told you or something like that, but that's expected that during Alpha 2 people will be more likely to, PK, to grieve someone, etc., because it's Alpha and they don't care about it, right?
more permanent phases of testing, such as Alpha Phase 2 and Alpha Phase 3 or Beta, that's where we feel we can take the reins off a little bit. The other thing is, as you know this, the velocity of development is usually corollary to the amount of bugs.
Can you name one good reason why XP dat on neutral combat is a good thing? Keep in mind level 25 receives 0. I mean, they receive 0 at the moment because the system is not finalized, and even if you're level 50, right, and you die, you get the XP dat, but also a small debuff in terms of stat dampening. So EXP dat eventually will matter even on level 50. So that debuff apparently will either apply for some time or until you get rid of that XP dat. And to your question, one good reason why XP dat on mutual combat is a good thing is exactly the reason why no XP dat was a bad mechanic in New World. Because if there are no repercussions for death in PvP, then as a result of that, you can just use the zombie rush tactics, right? So you just die in PvP, you respawn, you run again, you die again, you respawn, you rush again, and that will happen forever basically, because there are no repercussions for death. On the other hand, if you have a XP dat for that, then yeah, exactly. On the other hand, if you get punished for every time you die, then it's gonna be like you will think twice. Repair costs, not really. I mean, especially on a higher level, I don't think it's gonna be that expensive to repair. And at the same time, I mean, there was repair cost in New World, but we can't really compare. Like in New World, it didn't help. That's it, because it was dirt cheap, right? It can be different in Ashes in terms of repair cost, but at the same time, I mean, there can be multiple factors when it comes to that. When it comes to punishing the death, dying basically.
Bugs that can be introduced.
Yep.
So
New World combat sucked. 3 abilities Lamau. I mean, you had 2 weapons with 3 abilities each, but at the same time, it was action combat. So even your auto attacks mattered a lot. So I wouldn't say it sucked. It was different, and it was kind of okay. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't say it sucked. So New World can be criticized for a lot of things, but combat was, when it worked as intended, it was kind of okay. And also, you didn't have the, I believe it's a problem in WoW when you have a fucking 50 buttons to click, right? So I hate it. Yes, that's a different thing. And it's a huge difference. So something may be objectively good or objectively bad, and that's one thing. And the second thing is whether you like it or not, because something may be bad and you may still like it, and something can be good but you just don't like it. That's the difference. I love me 50 buttons. You see, that's the difference. That's the personal preference. So personal preferences are not the same as something being objectively good or bad. It was so fascinating to watch Thor play Ashes of Creation, having absolutely no context about the game. Entirely possible. I didn't really watch a lot of him, just maybe occasionally open his stream a couple of times, but just to see what's happening. But yeah.
So the faster we go, the higher the likelihood is we might introduce bugs. That sounds like it's a bug, because the intended experience is that as you have a corruption score, and corruption score is granted by killing other non-combatants, that corruption score whittles away slowly based off of experience gained or death had. So in those 2 scenarios, you're expected to. Now, we did introduce a feature that we have talked about for a long time called Blight. Blight is essentially a cumulative PK score that gets kept track of as a stat on your character.
Hang on, what does it even mean? Because I get it, but what does it even mean? Blight. It's like sickness or something like that. Bad influence. Holy shit! There's like 30 different translations of this word. Okay. No, I understand the what it means in terms of Ashes of Creation, and that's a modifier. I was just googling the translation of it. So what does it mean in in other language?
And even if you have no corruption, but you killed 30 people over the last 5 days and you worked off that corruption, your 31st kill will accrue much faster corruption, and so will your 32nd and 33rd, regardless of your corruption states. So that is intended to help kind of curtail the amount of corruption that's happening. Now, there will be a religious-based quest that through the
Okay, I remember this part. Apparently, I watched it. Wait, or we've seen it in first video that we watched. Yeah, so yeah,
investment
they had the same system in Lineage, which is good.
Of resources and time, players can reduce that cumulative score to bring themselves back down.
Gotcha.
So, with that in mind, have you seen the behavior known as corruption baiting that players are talking about? This new behavior, it's kind of a degenerate gameplay mode where basically what people are doing is you go to engage on someone in PvP and then a whole bunch of non-PvPers rush out and just stand there. So if you AoE, you get corruption for killing them as well as killing the other players.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a setting that, and it might be bugged right now. There's supposed to be a setting right now in the UI. Excuse me. There's supposed to be a combat setting that allows you to, by default, not affect non-flagged players with AoEs. So even if you're force flagged, that setting only applies the targeted spell against other flagged or corrupted players. So it's something we have to look at. But the intent there is to get more granular control over that.
You see, that's another question. How will corruption affect apparently max level characters where XP penalties don't matter exactly in that way? By stat dampening and something else, I believe. I don't remember. There was something else that I said about it, but I already forgot because my brain just not the best. Let's put it that way.
That for the player.
Good. That's really good. Because we'd been seeing that where it's like, oh, a guy's coming over with PvP and he's surrounded by five.
No. Speed, I think. I'm not sure whether it remains. Okay, repair cost. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
5 people who aren't flagged. I see what you're doing. Yeah, it's like, just run away. It's time to leave,
For now, I would say don't use AoE abilities when killing those players. Just use focused single target abilities.
Yep. Plays a mage. No lightning for me, unfortunately. So this is kind of the elephant in the room. There's a lot of people in this community that come from Asmongold's community. A lot of people, we share audience quite a bit. Asmongold tried to sign into the server today. He got out there at level 1. You signed on. You told people to stop attacking the bald one, which is deeply hilarious to me. And I was there and I was talking to him on his channel as well, like from his chat. And he ended up basically getting just absolutely wildly attacked by tons of players at level 1 in the starting zone. And players thought that this was valid gameplay. But one of the things that I tried to explain to people is in EVE Online, they actually have a whole section of the game where you just do a quest right in the very beginning. It's instanced off. And if you go in and kill players right in the very beginning, that's actually...
If you go corrupt, you cannot remove or trade anything. True, but at the same time, there are ways to game the system. Let's put it that way. So for example, now, if you want to PK someone, you, once again, you can't trade or drop your gear. Yeah. You can just go to your settlement, leave your main gear, buy some cheap gear from the vendor that you're not afraid to lose, and use that.
A bannable thing in EVE. Like nothing
Correct.
is bannable in EVE, but that is
That's
bannable in EVE.
That's right.
And it's one of the things that's really interesting about this is it's, some people tried to say that it was some sort of preferential treatment for doing that, but to be real with you, if it's banned in
we already
EVE,
spoke about it.
it's probably really goddamn toxic is the way that I felt about it. So let's hear your take on this. How do you feel about this whole scenario? And what do you want to improve with the game to change this later?
That was unfortunate. So there was stuff going on in the background that people weren't aware of. So essentially, I was watching Asmongold getting ready to log in, and of course we're in phase 1, so not all the features are online, not all of our mechanics are online, right? This is us making sure we're getting heavy loads on the servers, us testing our network, us testing the performance, and getting out the major bugs, right?
Losing to someone great items, shame. Yeah, but we don't know how it will be on launch, because on launch, crafting will be more popular, and there may be crafters who are just crafting cheap green or blue gear, for example, just to and the guild might have a specific group of players who want to do specifically that, when there is someone who needs to be removed from the spot, like griefing set, right? You call that rapid reaction team in green sets, and you're like those guys, and they just go and do their stuff.
And
might be like a mercenary, right? Oh, maybe could be an interesting gameplay loop for mercenary. So you don't even have to do that. You just need a mercenary guild who is doing that type of work, right? And you just call them, and they're like, hey guys, we need 5 of you to clear the spot for us in your fucking, gray gear, right? And that's it. Crafting will probably be sped up also, so gear production is a realistic expectation and not this. Yep. Well, you put in the efforts, you reap the rewards. Yes, exactly. But at the same time, the thing about it is, if it the gear doesn't really matter because it's supposed to be just good enough, so that you deal enough damage to kill someone, right? Because the moment when if that group decides to fight back, you have your group who can just kill them in PvP. Because if that group initially doesn't fight back to your group, it means that they do not expect to win in PvP. Because if you flag and that group is stronger, they will just kill you in vast majority of cases, right? So it might be a viable strategy.
And, I've talked about this in the past. There is intended to be some safety measures when it comes to interacting with the open flagging system, the open world flagging system. And to be clear, PvP is segmented into different, components. You have events.
You can kill a corrupted while flagging, true, but those 5 people can still kind of kill you and make you have EXP debt, make you drop stuff, etc.
Which are things like guild wars, guild sieges and caravans, right? Those are opt-in. Players can choose to be a part of those. Then you have things like flagging, which is an open world mechanic that's intended to ensure risk exists for things like political activities, for opportunity, for scarcity of resources and or hunting locations. Like that's where PvP is healthy and expected for players to engage with. However, we didn't have our safe zone tech or our PvP suppression tech yet online, and or there's a competing feature that might be implemented, which is basically the prevention of the open world flagging to apply to character levels that are level 5 or less, or 6 or less, whatever we determine that to be.
What's the easiest, most brain dead class that I should play? As someone who plays as Ranger, I think this class is relatively easy, to be honest. Friend killed a random level 5 just to see what happens, cost him a good 150 XP debt. I mean, you fuck around, you find out. Yeah, good luck with that. All of them require all classes are relatively easy at the moment. Yeah, nothing super complicated, but I think Ranger is not that difficult to play.
That tech wasn't yet online. And my knowing that Asmon was going to log in, I fully expected that this was going to be the case. So I was trying to summon him out of the zone. But unfortunately, um, unfortunately, we had a bug in our player tracking service, which exists outside of the Unreal game servers, right? We have individual server workers that are meshed together to create our open world experience. As players move through the world, they seamlessly transfer authority off of one server to another. You don't notice it, but if you ever press page up when you play, you'll see a little thing that says SW. That refers to our server worker. And as you move through the world, you'll see that number change as
not super brain dead rotation based at the moment. Using skills when they matter is more important. Kind of yes and no. So we were grinding the desert in the last day of the weekend, right? And I had the timer just to see how fast are we killing the mobs to estimate the amount of XP we get per hour, and also to see when we change something, how does that affect our TTK basically. Oh, Ruga was there as well. And let's put it that way. You can significantly increase your experience that you get per hour if you're clicking the right buttons significantly. Because even if you fire good, yes. Ruga knows what I'm talking about. I played mage. It was kind of easy, but I had trouble starting out solo as my ranger. What point does Ranger become somewhat solo viable? Pretty much from level 3 to 4. When you have so if you start as a solo player, what I did, the first skill that I learned was ammo imbue for snares, because this allows you to kill mobs more comfortably, because they are not, you kill them faster than they come to you, right? And the second skill was disengage, and next was disengage passive, that allows you to use it twice if you actually hit the target. And the next one was headshot because it's a damaging ability. I mean, so you can try using them in a different, combination. Like you can learn a different skill on level 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. Just if you're at level 5, if you have disengage, upgrade to disengage, ammo imbue for snares, and headshot, you feel comfortable already. Mage Soul is one of the easiest. Just keep in mind that this is much more like old MMOs where mobs are deadly, so be careful. Yeah, I tried Mage on PTR just to, just to have fun during the testing. And yeah, Mage was much easier than Ranger, like on those early levels, maybe up to level 5, 6 or so.
As authority gets transferred off of you to those servers. So in order to kind of reduce, computational needs of that individual worker, we have these services that live above the server meshing that kind of handles and routes things related to those particular services, whether that be a social service or a player tracking service or an artisanship service or a node service. Like those things have kind of authority and governance over routing information to different server workers. And unfortunately, in our player tracking service, we had an inundation of player population on the worker, the login worker.
You mean
and
Asmongold logged in and it flooded players?
just flooded players onto the server.
Start with ice on the mage though. Kite is a must. Yeah, actually, what's it called? Chilled, right? It's like a snare debuff for mages, and chill is much more powerful than snares because it gives like 50% speed reduction, which is huge. Let's put it that way. So yeah, starting as a mage is kind of easier. And yeah, I see that like more people join. First of all, welcome to the stream if that's your first time. For those of you who don't know me, like I'm Flanker, I have a YouTube channel and I'm also streaming on Twitch, and my one and only focus is Ashes of Creation. I don't know what else to tell you. Like I'm from Ukraine, I'm 32 years old, and I'm someone who has no life and enjoys grinding 24/7. So, welcome. Flanker is the bomb. No, Flanker is actually a name for a jet fighter Su-27. Also, yeah.
So we also had, at the same time, we had turned up the verbosity on our logging for the social service because we're having some trouble with it. And that was meaning that
exclamation mark server. There's a command for that. If you scroll down a little bit, you will see the server, like the chat commands, basically. And one of them is, I'm gonna type it. Yeah. Thank you, Ruga. Appreciate you.
my RPC, which was summoned player, was making it to the server, but to the service, but was falling apart when it was trying to get down to the server. So I couldn't summon him out of the situation. And then on top of that, I went there and I was trying to just tell people with good heartedness, I'm like thinking, okay, these are all people that have paid good money to be a part of, a long alpha process where they're going to get their, their feedback implemented. And, we're going to be working with these testers. Surely if I am passionately implore them, hey, don't grief this player, whether they're a streamer or not, really.
Yeah, good luck with that. As if talking to people ever worked. And yeah, actually, one more thing. I'm recruiting to my static group, and in the recruitment, in the video where I talk about recruitment, right? Let's put it that way. There's one more thing, like among many other things, there's one thing where I say that I would prefer people from EU, but from what I've learned, like playing in other regions doesn't affect your ping that seriously. So instead of having like 10, 15 ping, you'll have like 60, which is not, it might be huge for, some FPS games, but it's okay for an MMO. So if you're from an A server and if you would like to consider joining, then it's going to be fine. I get like 25 ping. Yeah. Wait, on European server, is that it? Interesting. 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 Why is that? Are you using a Wi-Fi or Ethernet cable? Because maybe that could be an issue, or maybe my ping is like 9. Yeah, mine jumps from like 9 to 12 usually, if I recall correctly. Anyway, Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's better to use a cable. Provides a more stable connection.
Really doesn't matter. Don't grief this player off of playing the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because no game can exist if that's your first time user experience. And we're missing the components to protect those players.
Yep.
So I started sending out messaging that was just like, stop attacking the bald one. So my perspective on this is that
Funniest way to do it, dude.
PvP is good. Griefing is bad.
Wait, so I am from NA and I play on EU server with like 20. Ah, so you're from NA. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely not an issue. Gotcha. I didn't know that.
Griefing is an actionable offense. What's the difference between PvP and griefing? Use your common sense. It's as good as that. I saw on Reddit, these false dichotomies of, well, if I can't grief, then there shouldn't be any PvP. And to be honest with you, that's bullshit. And I also saw one person say to me, hey, I played those old school games and all we ever did was run around the newbie zone and kill people. And I'm like, excuse me, I played those old school games and I didn't do that. So you shouldn't do that. And that's how you kill games.
Yeah.
So I have said many times in the past that our stance on griefing will always be it's an actionable offense. And to be fair, the players that I banned yesterday are players who I gave 3 separate warnings to stop griefing this brand new logged in player. That isn't preferential treatment. I don't care if it was Asmongold or Joe Schmo off the side of the street. If it's a new player trying to learn the game, you going and harassing and killing that person for no political motivation, for no opportunity cost, for no scarcity of resources, all the reasons why PvP should exist, you are doing it for opposite of that. You are doing it to harass a person off of the server. By all means, go find a different community. That is not our intent, and you are exploiting our systems.
Good. Hell yeah. No, I 100% agree with that. That's rad as hell, man. Yeah, so one of the things I always tell people is
Hang on, what? Where is that? Apparently I missed a comment.
Players,
anyway.
You have to cultivate them up.
I like how they are interacting with the testers. It's awesome that he's RPing. Yeah, that's true. You don't really see that often in games.
You don't want to kill them really early. You need to bring them up so that you can have good fights with them later. Definitely fight them and take all their shit later. That's great. Fantastic. But let them get there first. They're not worth anything when they're level 1. Doesn't make any sense.
That's right.
Yeah, you want good fights. And it was the same thing at EVE. It was always the thing where, like, there was, like, a code of honor thing where if you blew someone up and it was, like, a new player, you'd usually be like, hey, man, here's a ship again. Get out there and go fight. Sorry about that. There's your first ship exploded. Here you go. It was a very common thing at EVE. EVE can be a cutthroat bastard of a game to people, but a lot of people would do that for new players because you knew if that guy sticks around, you might be able to fight him later in a big fleet battle. You might be able to fight him in small game PvP, you know.
MMOs,
and that's a healthy approach. Yeah, that's a mature approach to this.
Live and die off population. Like the funny thing is, and the sheer irony of it, is that the players who were getting their socks off to murdering Asmon or a new player, or who run around newbie zones, as a high-level character killing people, like they're only causing themselves a disservice. They enjoy the PvP elements of the game, but by taking those actions, they are reducing the population. That's why, as a company, it's important to make sure those types of actions are bannable offenses. And it is not the intended experience of.
Are the servers down? I can't log in. I mean, you're not supposed to be able to log in now because servers are down. It's phase 1, and during phase 1, servers are up from Friday to Sunday, usually. So for more information, you can keep an eye on the official Discord. That's where they post announcements when servers are online and when they are not. Currently only PTR. Wait, but I think PTR server is closed as well. Let me double check that. Yeah. The PTR is now closed for today. Thanks again for everyone who joined us for testing. We'll keep you up to date here in Discord for updates and information on upcoming PTR tests. Yeah. Black Volgan. Thank you so much for the following. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate your support. Yep.
The PvP mechanics.
Yeah, no, I like that. And I'm glad you're not pulling your punches on banning people. Like, straight up. I think
Yep.
that's one of the biggest missteps that I've seen inside of large-scale MMOs is the company goes, oh, we can't ban people because if we ban people, then we won't have people buying the video game. It's like, no, if you don't ban people for these actions, less people will feel good about the game, and you will lose more players. It's one of the worst decisions that companies make. They want to conserve 5 players, and they lose hundreds as a result of it.
That's right, yeah.
Banhammer's most important aspect of the game, 100%. 100% agree with that. It's no tolerance for exploiting, no tolerance for griefing, like basic stuff, right? That, very, very important. So I'm glad that's off to the right start for me. So let's see.
But why give players the option to do that type of griefing in the first place? Apparently, this person either just joined the interview or he missed the part where Steven says that not all systems are functioning already.
We got an ad break in about 3 minutes, so let's hit one of these. So here's a kind of a miscellaneous one. What is the drop system intention?
Wait, what? Hopefully perma ban apparently and refunded their money. No, you're not supposed to be refunded for knowingly or intentionally breaking the rules. Assholes will be assholes 100%. Oh no, fuck him, exactly. I would not refund shit, exactly. There has to be repercussions for your actions, both in-game and when it comes to, breaking the game's rules.
Behind drop chance, when you're, like, why is it reduced when you're killing higher level enemies? Because we ran into a situation today, we went to the Tower of Carfen. We went all the way up the tower, and we stopped getting any loot at all once we got to enemies that were about 3 to 4 levels higher than us. And I mean at all. We killed dozens and dozens.
That's a bug, unfortunately. We did do some changes to our experience curves, both the diminishing return on party size, because what we saw last weekend and the weekend prior was that there was nothing stopping players from just getting into a raid.
Yeah, I want my money back. I broke the rules and got banned. Yeah, wait, is that the correct word to use? Hang on, let me... Yeah, the audacity to even think about that is beyond my imagination.
And
listen closely. This is important about group size, group level range, and XP and drops. Okay.
And having essentially a faster... Say again?
I meant gear, like drop items, not XP.
No, yeah. No.
Oh,
but
okay.
what we did was we tuned the experience curve to adjust the raid size so that we brought players back down to intended encounter design, which is group size for those areas. And instead, the tuning that we did for the XP curve all relates to a single system, which is our reward tables.
Oh,
and
no.
Reward tables include drop chances for items as well as experience gained. So that's a bug that needs to get fixed this week, essentially.
Enjoy splitting those tables.
I did a bannable grief in WoW once, but I knew it was bannable and got 3 days for it, and I'd do it again because it was hilarious, totally worth. I mean, just don't follow the same path in Ashes. I don't care what you do in WoW, just don't do that in Ashes.
No. We can just apply a modifier to the experience side of the table, but
that's good,
yeah,
it's really good. I'm glad that's an easy fix because we went in there and we're like, I'm not getting anything anymore. We also ran into a really interesting one today too, where we got 5 players together and we killed a monster. Monster's level 20. We're all about level 19.
My hope is all bans are permabans, no second chances. It depends on what the person did, I think. At least it kind of should be.
We killed that monster. Everything was fine. We switched one of the players up for level 22, and it dropped their total amount of experience dramatically. Even though we still had 5 players, because they were 2 levels higher than the monster and 3 levels in disparity from us, I think it triggered the power leveling system, and we went from 7K on a kill to 4K on a kill. So I'm wondering what is the reasoning behind this? What are you guys trying to tune?
Yeah, for that specific behavior in a situation with Asmongold, and yeah, I totally agree that should be permaban. After having multiple warnings. I mean, if you can't read, then it's your problem.
So the idea there is that when you add a higher level party member, 2 things happen. One, you're adding an additional divisible component, right? This is a new player, right? You're dividing it by 4 instead of 5.
Oh, we kept the group size the same between the 2.
Oh, okay. So the group size was the same.
Yeah.
So that's probably an overtuning on the distribution of the experience. So basically what happens is the experience comes in, it gets divided based off of player level, because player level is the best indicator of contribution towards killing of the monster. So the higher level should have gotten a slightly higher distribution of experience from that split up. That is intended, but whether or not it's tuned accurately is something we'll need to inspect.
Okay. We've got ads in about 25 seconds.
That XP change was awful. I'm talking about what he's talking, not the raid one. But in any case, I think it's gonna be, once again, it's not a final iteration, so we'll see more changes in terms of that, so I wouldn't worry about it for now. Boarding permaban plus AP ban, griefing 7-day ban for the first offense, month on second, perma on third. Once again, griefing is also depends. If you killed someone just, I don't know, a few times for no reason, that's one thing. If you've been doing that for, I don't know, 6 hours straight and killed them, I don't know, 20 times, that's a little bit different thing. So it might be worth a bit more serious punishment. It's like 7% XP less for each level of difference you have. Might be, I'm not sure about, and 3 levels in 16, and 1 else is 19. Yeah, I'm not sure about the exact numbers, but once again, I don't think it's final, so they will figure something out to make it fair and,
I'm going to pop them now. We're going to pause for ads. You guys aren't going to miss anything, even if you don't have a sub. Give us just 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
Why is that I never saw YouTube ads, I'm sorry, Twitch ads on any channel? Why is that? For example, when I was watching PirateSoftware, I'm not I'm not his I'm not subscribed. I don't have subscription. Ad block. Oh wait, just a simple ad block resolves this. Yeah, I do have ad block. Okay, that explains it.
They can still hear us. Cool.
To let you know.
No, that's great. That's awesome.
Turbo, no.
I'm enjoying this, by the way.
I'm really glad.
Normally the interviews I have are, kind of prescribed questions because we want.
He's also on YouTube. Who? PirateSoftware? Or what do you mean?
To make sure that players who are following aren't getting repeat kind of questions, but I enjoy getting back to some of the basics for your community because obviously this is very new. The game is very new for your community.
Yeah.
So I'm digging deep in kind of old design territory, whereas normally within our core community, I'm answering very, very nuanced questions.
Very
yeah, we heard those questions when there was an interview with Envious guys, and their questions were super specific. So yeah, makes sense.
Specific and on the fringe, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chat wants to know, do you wear wigs?
Do I wear wigs?
Yeah.
Like hair wigs?
And if you don't wear wigs, when will you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs?
I have worn a wig. I was for Halloween. I wore a wig. I was Donald Trump. I I put
God damn it.
on a big giant wig.
That's outrageous. That's so funny, dude.
It was outrageous. It was totally outrageous.
Oh, no. We got 45 seconds left. That's funny.
It was actually quite funny because the wig was terrible, and anytime I would talk, the hair would just flap up and down.
The chat's got this whole thing with me. If I win the Streamer Awards this year, I have to go on stage with a wig. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, I'm digging it.
We'll see.
What kind of wig? What kind of wig are we talking?
I was thinking about a gigantic, like a big one of those big rainbow afros. Like just go all out.
Oh,
You know, the
yeah.
huge ones. You know,
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I'm gonna have to get like a massive wig. You know.
Bro, I can't wait till we can play 5 days a week at least. Oh yes, winter is coming, right? There's only 1 month and 1 week left until that happens. Can't wait for that, but at the same time, I'm super fucking terrified because like I have time to, make videos now and to, make videos for TikTok because I have like 4.5 days for that and I play 2.5 days Ashes, but how am I supposed to do that when there's like, it's only 2 days for that? I was like, that's a question that I will need to think about. Defend the king in the north, yeah.
You got to get one that goes to the floor.
Yeah, just that huge wig, dude. All right, we got ads in. Ads are almost over.
You could do like a cousin it wig.
Dude, I could. All right, ads are gone. We're back. All right, so let's see. Chat has actually reported something interesting with regional distribution. They reported that Austria is not an available country to select when making an account. Is this intentional? And if so, is there any chance that this can be changed?
There's definitely a chance that can be changed. It's probably
Austria. I mean, it's been 80 years. Austria is not supposed to be punished anymore. Let's put it that way.
not intentional. So I'll have to check with the web team on that.
Very cool. Awesome. Yeah, it came up a lot today because we were like, why is my country not here? Why don't I exist?
That's unfortunate. We have an Austrian producer. He would be very sad to hear that.
Well, let him know he can't play the game anymore. Yeah. Oh, it's very funny. So we know that there's going to be wipes. Are you guys planning on doing any wipes soon? Can you talk about the wiping sort of idea that you have around the game? Is this something you want to do when you want people to go test the early game again or when new areas come out? Like, is there a strategy to this you're willing to disclose?
I think that our obviously we were trying not to wipe during phase 1. I think we're going to be good on that front. We saw some database issues over this weekend that was probably affecting anywhere from 1% to 2% of users. So we didn't feel it was necessary to try to correct that at this stage, given the level of frequency. When it comes to wiping,
will there be tests where we can create level 30 characters, for example? They already exist. Sometimes you can get a boost on a PTR server.
Our intent is for December 20th to be a full wipe day. The desire, obviously, to wipe is that we're making...
Ask about C content. Like, all you need to do is to just look at the slides about different phases to realize that it's going to be in phase 3. Basically.
Balance changes, content changes. We're introducing new things in the early leveling process based off of the data that we've collected, both from these last several weeks of player testing on the non-fresh start servers. We're getting a look at some of those changes on the fresh start servers, but come December 20th, we expect that we will have a significant amount of changes having been brought up from our dev branch and QA branches, which we will want to see tested. So that is the scheduled wipe date.
Cool.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, no, I'm actually...
And once again, guys, keep in mind that scheduled doesn't mean that it's 100% will happen like that, because a lot can happen between now and December 20th, and we don't know it all yet. Like, the game might have some, I don't know, major serious bug, and they will have to wipe it earlier. So yeah, what is phase 3? Yes, it starts. It's expected to begin on May 1st.
Actually really happy about that because I think there's going to bring in so many new players. There's going to be so many new systems, and that kind of an approach right then makes the most sense to me. So that's great. You know, I'm actually looking forward to a wipe on this because I've gotten deep into mage and I want to play another class, and like I don't want to change off the mage because I'm like I could just get more stuff on the mage. You know? I just hit level 20 today, and I'm just like
May 1st is a Thursday. I at first I read is my birthday, and I'm like, oh, okay. No, but mine is on the 1st, but not May 1st of September.
styling with gear. You know, like absolutely going for that. It's been a lot of fun. So something that's kind of interesting for me is what is your guys' intention for kind of looting for characters? Because one of the things we've run into a problem of is you generally think of a mage as wearing light armor. You generally think of, say, a ranger wearing medium armor. You think of a tank as wearing heavy armor or a fighter wearing heavy armor. But we noticed that a lot of the statistics on this gear doesn't quite line up. Like I ended up wearing gear that visually makes me look like kind of a cleric, but it's also very good for mages. But one of the set bonus pieces, set tier 7, actually gave me healing power, which is useless for me. But the rest
What is it? Not when. I keep hearing references to chapter 3, and I have no idea what this is. So the whole Alpha 2 is split into 3 phases. Phase 1 is began on October 25th and lasts until December 20th, so for almost 2 months. During this time, they have the goals of testing is basically server stability, performance, player progression, etc., right? Phase 2 begins on December the 20th, and that's where more content appears in the game. It lasts until May 1st, and the goals for that is don't remember, to be honest. But and phase 3 begins on May 1st of 2025. It will last for at least 1 year, and to get all information, I'm gonna actually I know where that is, so I'm gonna find that on Ashes of Creation website, and I'm gonna send you the link so that you can look it up and have a better understanding how it all works. I believe this is the article. Yep, there we go. Yep, I think that should help you to understand more about it. Send you the link.
The rest of it is very good for a mage. So where's the kind of intention here? Am I supposed to wear 5 pieces of light and 3 pieces of medium to get like kind of multi-track drifting on that?
I mean, that's part of kind of the more horizontal player agency choice, right? Obviously, we have this, Holy Trinity design of our archetypes and our classes, but part of what makes it possible for you to hybridize or flirt with those role lines, but also not just flirt with them, but react to the encounter design that you're facing, is a bit of agency over the types of gear that you're wearing. Now, right now, the artisanship system, even though there's a lot to it.
Thank you. What if people from our future are attempting to communicate us through AI? That's a philosophical question. Interesting. Never thought about it. I don't think that's the case, to be honest. Plate armor cleric with proper stats is damn near unkillable. Might be, but once again, if he's wearing a plate armor, what does it mean? It means his magic defense is very low. So you need to try to call your friend mage to kill that cleric.
It currently is still very much in its infancy. There's a lot of placeholder stuff. There's a lot of placeholder interactions. We're going to be tuning that as we continue forward and introduce additional systems. But really, the drop scenarios that you're talking about are kind of hit or miss on what.
I heard it will summon spirit animals like the Minotaurs. I doubt it, because most likely you got that opinion from Narc's video. I remember him making that video and showing the Minotaur, summoning wolves or something like that. I don't think it's going to be the case. It might be one of the mechanics, but, not all of them. I'm sorry, not necessarily. My assumption, my very careful assumption, is that the Summoner in Ashes of Creation will be somewhat similar to Summoner in it's not Summoner, it's I believe it's called Spirit Master in Aeon. It makes sense though. To be honest, we've seen NPCs use player abilities, yes, but it's not. I don't think it's gonna be the case. Even though there might be certain similarities, I don't think it's gonna be like something like a core thing for that archetype. Imagine trusting Eric's opinion is the our real info. I mean, I believe in the past weeks since Alpha 2 began, his opinions became a bit more, calm and measured and reasonable. So maybe I didn't really watch his recent videos. So at least that's the impression that I had.
Your intent.
I hope they have permanent paths that you need to micromanage, and it's important to control them. It's not going to be paths, it's going to be summons. Paths and summons are two different things. And you will need to control them. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the case, because usually when I played Summoner, like in both Aeon and Lineage, usually you have to control both your character and the summon.
Intent is, and the
Did Rogue actually get put on hold? I believe so, but it's not a big deal because it's still intended for phase 2. It was not supposed to appear like now. So as long as it still appears in phase 2, doesn't matter.
economy through artisanship is really intended to provide that more granular choice making for the player.
Rogue's phase 3, no. Rogue is phase 2, and Summoner's phase 3, if I recall correctly, and I think I do.
But the intent essentially behind, like, what type of gear you should have is entirely dependent on the type of challenge rating you're going up against. In a PvP scenario, it's a little bit more difficult to obviously control the types of damages that you're going to take or the offensive needs and capabilities that you have. So it's important on a gear grind front that you have potentially multiple options at your disposal depending on the encounter and the PvP that you're going into. From a PvE perspective, part of Ashes of Creation's unique design is a very dynamic world where these spawners for monsters and dungeons can change depending on what types of story arc decisions are made, what type of narrative structures get embraced, and which types of nodes advance to what levels and under what cultural influence. So everything is kind of tied together to be changing throughout your experience. And going into a PvE encounter or situation, you should have some cognizance over the type of incoming damage you'll be taking, which set type mitigates that best, your skill composition and choices that you've made, and what elements of the gear bonuses you want to emphasize.
Steven said neither Rogue or Summoner will be on day 1 of the phases at some point during the phase. Yeah, and it might also apply to other content that is scheduled for that phase. So if you take a look at the slide for phase 2, for example, don't expect all that content to be in game on day 1 of phase 2. So it only means that this content is expected to appear at some point during that phase. Rogue is hard confirmed a few weeks after P2 release, so January. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. One of the things I was looking at is I can get 5 pieces of light with as much int as possible, because I'm a mage, right? And then get 3 pieces of medium, and the 3-piece set for medium is actually bonus crit chance for baseline crits. So now I'm just, stacking damage and stacking damage on the other side, and I get a little bit more defensive out of it. So I'm glad that that's kind of the intention, because we were trying to figure it out. We're like, this whole set bonus looks cool together. But now what? I think the other thing, too, is visually, my character now looks like a magical hobo, right? Which is generally a thing that ends up happening. Is there any plans for like transmogging outside of cosmetics? Can I change my character to look the way that I want to? I think the baseline for this is World of Warcraft does this phenomenally.
I have some question of our group, but I think it's better to leave them for tomorrow meeting. Wait, which day is today? Friday. Oh yeah, technically it's tomorrow. Yeah, I guess we'll regroup an hour or so before the servers open to discuss stuff and plans for that weekend, right? And yeah, you can, I mean, if it's something important, you can just drop in OSA chat, or feel free to ask then. Nothing stops you from doing so, but yeah, we'll discuss stuff during the our group regroup. Let's put it that way.
Any item that you pick up, you get the skin for that item. You can go and mix and match and make yourself look beautiful. What are your plans around transmogrification for the character?
Yeah, we have a very extensive GDD on transmogging and the ability to customize your visual appearance of sets. And in order to still maintain the player threat assessment capabilities, we intend to provide a buff that lives on a targeting plate should you be targeted by an opponent that indicates to them kind of gear type composition, but not necessarily what gear specifically it is. So we do want to have a very healthy and interactive transmog system. I think WoW does a great job with that. We will have something similarly robust.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by the number of people in chat that don't like this, which is very interesting. I think that one of the problems that I see in PvP many of the times is when you have a transmog system, you don't know what kind of armor the person is wearing when you have so many armor classifications.
True.
But if they have a system in place where it's going to show if you're wearing light, medium, or heavy when you click on that person, when you have them targeted, I think that makes the most sense. Like, transmog is really cool because, to be honest with you, I like having...
Someone wrote in comments, ashes of fashion. No, we had a joke that if the, I don't know, nuclear war begins, that, and for whatever reason Croatia got hit by nukes, then it's gonna be ashes of Croatia. But yeah, it's a dumb joke, so don't mind me.
Having transmog sets where I can just go show it off, or we can do tournaments and things where you're like, hey, everybody's going to go do this. You're not a fan, to be honest. That makes sense. I'm interested where the drawdown is, though. Yeah, someone's saying transmog bad, but why?
I think that players tend to look at transmog as an additional layer of obfuscation for you as a player in PvP
True.
to understand who and what you're going up against.
I believe it was the case with New World, for example, where you could just buy skins and you have no idea what type of armor that person is wearing. You can only identify that by seeing whether they have a roll or a sidestep, or no opinion either way in transmog. I mean, make the gear look great. Yeah, that goes without saying.
And that is why, from a design perspective, I've included...
Hang on, what? Where? I just saw this. Wait, where did it go? Where did it go? I just saw this comment. I don't like it. In Lineage 2, it was extremely easy to recognize what is what. Mage is wearing Dark Crystal set, for example. Yeah, kind of true. So yeah, Lineage didn't really have like cosmetics or something like that. So you always knew what exactly are you fighting and what armor that player is wearing.
This concept of essentially gear composition buff that players, when selecting a target, can see they're wearing 3 pieces of light and 5 pieces of heavy. That gives you an indicator of at least their kind of damage mitigation stat against what types of incoming damage power. So I think that to a degree kind of counters, the concern around transmog, but still allows for players to leverage that cosmetic kind of flair and customization option, which is what obviously transmog is intending to deliver on.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that, and I think that's kind of the main thing. Is I usually see people being very upset about that being in PvP, and if you guys have a mitigation strategy for that, it makes a ton of sense. And
there is an additional mitigation, by the way. We also have a basic appearance mode that we're intending to deliver on for high player count battles. So when you enter into a siege environment, when you enter into a PvP event, you are then able to utilize the default player appearance perspective, which removes cosmetics and removes specific gear visuals, and instead gives a basic appearance for each armor type.
Yeah, that's fair. I believe New World had that as well during Wars, right? If I recall correctly. It didn't really help them anyway, because Wars, especially at the start, were laggy as fuck, but it was still kind of... I hope Ashes of Creation has more success with that.
whether it be cloth, plate, or leather. This obviously cuts down on the rendering performance issues that can occur in high density battles that we want to allow for, and allows players to have that perspective.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's really, really good, actually. So
Well,
something that came up in chat that's actually PvP related is kind of interesting. We saw the
Yeah.
same kind of behavior in EVE. It's very
I
common.
remember
You
that.
have one group come in, PvP a guy, and another guy come in and steal the loot because that guy is not flagged for PvP. He doesn't get attacked by Concord, which is like the space police, right? So you can kill people in protected areas with the one PvP group, and then the one guy steals everything. Is there any intention at all or planning to stop someone from doing that in this? Because right now you can do that. You can have that guy go and loot everything. He doesn't get flagged for PvP, and he can make out scot-free, and you get corruption for attacking him, even though he technically engaged.
There is a whole suite of features that are still outstanding when it comes to player loot piles and the bag system. First and foremost, when we talk about different types of bags that you can take, these are bags that relate to your
Chief Amish, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate your support. Welcome to the stream.
material inventory. Obviously, as we know, having played the game, the intent behind player looting is that you drop a portion of your materials, not completed items, unless, of course, you're corrupt. And then players can loot those materials. There is intended to be bag progression and bag arcs that have different types of stats associated with them. One of those stats is interaction stat, which determines the amount of time it takes to open a bag on a loot pile that was a player. So you can dial up a certain type of bag and equipment that requires much longer time to interact with. In addition, we have the concept of introducing flagging as a part of looting a body that is not a member of your raid, party, or guild. And if you do loot that body successfully after the required time, you will be flagged, and then can become a valid target in PvP.
Oh, that's interesting mechanic, actually. Looting someone, flagging you. Let me think, are there any bad sides of this? Like, I can't really think of any after thinking about it for 10 seconds, which is already good. That was one of the three yeah, I remember that. I mean, kind of sounds like a good idea, to be honest. I think stealing someone's stuff not of your party guild should flag you. I mean, yeah, I can see both options. Like, I mean, personally, I don't care whether it flags you or not, but I see the logic behind it, and it kind of makes sense. Well, I'm off to work. See you tomorrow. Good luck. Stay safe. Use protection. Drink some water. See you soon.
So again, it's just important to note, and I know that we do ourselves to a degree a disservice as a game that visually looks like it has some polish to it and that it has some pretty competent and core gameplay loops that are interactable with during alpha, but we are still very much in alpha. And
imagine going to a large conflict and ninja looting everyone and not flagging LOL. Yeah, that makes sense. I agree.
in phase one, so a lot of these systems and features that are intended are still not yet online. And obviously that's the benefit of doing these types of Q&As.
Oh, definitely. No, I'm interested in seeing how the bag thing works out, because right now I feel that bags are in kind of a weird spot, but it's early alpha. Like, that stuff gets changed out later. You get balanced stuff and everything like that. So I was like, well, that's weird. I'm going to wait on that, right? But I do find it very compelling to flag someone for PvP when they loot something, even if it's 30 seconds a minute, because then you got to be like, I don't know if maybe they're not, you know.
Right.
And that adds a little bit of risk to it, and you got to think about it. You're like, do I want to steal that from that dude?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's also fits the like game. I'm sorry, game. Risk versus reward concept. They need names over the ashes. I've looted the wrong ashes before. 100%. Yeah, makes sense as well.
And it also
to be
lets me set
clear,
up traps.
right, exactly. And to be clear, I know some people I saw were asking, do you still have to spend that time to interact with your own loot pile? And the answer is no. You would evade any of that time constraint
Hang on. Oh my god.
in interacting with your own loot pile.
I like that. Yeah, I really like that. That was one of the things that's really weird is when you go to interact with your loot pile, you do the whole animation, you stand up, and then you get the UI. And I was like, God, I just want to pick them.
But 2 logs are never worth losing your gear doesn't make sense. It's flagging. It's becoming purple, not becoming red.
My stuff. Like, it's my stuff, like.
Yes.
Oh, is there anything that you guys have planned to determine, to show you which loot pile is yours? That led to a lot of confusion among players where I was like, what? And then I loot it, and it shows that none of them are stolen. Then I take it, and I'm like, that's all stolen now.
Probably the two biggest things that are very much work in progress in the game is our UI and obviously the art when it comes to destroying certain destruction and polish around the environments. But UI is very much one of those things. We do intend to have a specific call out for your own loot pile so that it's easily recognizable, as well as a mini-map indicator of the location of your loot pile as well for you.
Good.
Okay, perfect. One of the ones that gets talked about a lot, I'm guaranteeing that they're going to do something for this, is font size. Font size is not scalable right now. Even I'm like, what the hell does that say? Right? Because it's in the bottom left. It's a little tiny thing,
I just had a conversation with our UI team about that this last week. Obviously, you can press the backslash button to kind of scale individual HUD elements, but of course that also scales the graphical component as well. There is an intent to provide the feature to scale the font in the future. When that comes online is probably not going to be until I would say phase 3. But for now, I just had a sweeping change. I'm not sure if it's in this build or if it's down on our QA branch and will come up next week.
Us old gamers need larger print. Yeah, I got that.
But it will just overall increase font size across the board.
Nice. And they're talking about it for cursor size as well, because that's a big accessibility thing. One of the things I brought up pretty early on was you guys have, and this is wild to see this in an alpha, fully modifiable UI. Everything is movable. That's huge. And also, and I haven't really seen this before, recolorable everything, man. Yeah. Like being able to recolor different classes and things like that. And a lot of people don't realize how big of a deal this is for people with different types of color blindness. Is usually you set up like Deuteranope and like all these different types of color blindness settings, and they're locked into those. But giving them the ability to change colors across anything and all of those colors they can set themselves means that there's no having to fit into one of those, which is awesome.
I'm a big proponent of that, myself being personally green and red colorblind. It is an important aspect of accessibility, I think.
Are there like different types of color blindness? If that's the correct word for it, or it's only because, as I understand, there's like more than one type. So like those people, yes, there are. And those people, like some people can see like some specific colors and others don't see other colors, many types. I see. I just didn't know about it. Interesting. And is there a lot of people who have this problem, like percentage wise? Like, is that like 1% or like 10%? Red green is the same color. Oh, so that's how it works. It's like this. Ask Google. Yeah, I think I will. So wait, it's kind of hard to imagine, but red. How do you drive then, though? Red green is if you see red and green as the same color. Some see orange and yellow as the same color. Red, green looks similar. Yeah, but how do you drive then? Or you just don't? Can you like hang on? Are there any restriction on when you're trying to get a driving license or something like that? Which color is on the top doesn't matter. Stop when the stop light Uh-huh. I mean, yeah, green is always at the bottom, but sometimes you may like statistically speaking, if you have like 10,000 of drivers with that issue, at some point someone will have a problem with that and make a mistake, right? I mean, yeah, I get that. Imagine fighting a boss and not flagging. It's upwards and an inch. Yeah. Okay.
That a lot of gamers, have to struggle with from a options perspective. That was a high priority to begin with, obviously. But as I said, there's a lot of stuff still to get done on the UI side.
It's funny, our artist is
Okay,
rendering.
so look, here's the socks, right? Behind him. Like a Christmas sock or something, right? So he wouldn't be able to say if that sock is red or green, right? Do I understand it correctly?
Colorblind as well. Same exact thing.
Right.
And we built all the color
see.
accessibility into our games that way, where like it's just built into the game. They're like, where's the options? It was like, it's already built in. Every environment is structured to make that work. Yeah. Oh, let's see. I'm trying to.
So technically, you can look at the grass and think it's red. Down. It's very hard to imagine, like, as long as luckily don't have those issues, but it's kind of hard to imagine. It might be annoying as fuck. I mean, obviously you kind of get used to everything and, adjust to everything and adapt to everything, but still, it kind of sucks. But how do you even get colorblind? Is that like from like when you get born? Like, is that a genetic thing? I see. Some color blindness means you don't see shades of a color. All green is green. Okay. It might be, I guess the conversations about colors when you're talking to your girlfriend becomes much more difficult in this scenario. Frick3000, thank you for the follow. Appreciate your kind support. Welcome. It's in the roads. I see. Okay, good. Because I didn't really know that. And I don't even know a single person with that issue. So that's probably the reason why I didn't know that.
Log back into the video game. It's exploded. But the servers are back online. All right, let's get some more questions, chat. What else do you have? Make poison purple? You can just change that.
Make poison purple.
Poison is purple. Oh, you're talking about poison on ground. That's actually a good point. We were fighting in a lot of grassy areas, and because the poison on the ground is green and the grass is green, the only way I knew I was standing in it was because I have a big red X on my back going, "You can't be healed."
Yeah.
Had a coach in high school, had much color blindness, couldn't tell stripes from blades on certain... I see. You remember the blue, black versus white gold dress? We went around it. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of stuff to do still on the VFX side as well. We have a great VFX team. But certain features, whether it be like, some highlights or Fresnels or, different components that just kind of help.
Hang on. Actually, what I wanted to do, but I forgot, I wanted to make it 125x.
Make the visuals pop without contributing to kind of the visual soup and noise that can occur sometimes in large battles. That's something that is, I think, a level of polish.
Because usually I watch everything on 2x. And if there was like 2.5x, I'd probably choose that option, but okay.
That comes.
Let's make it at least 125.
A bit later, after we get through, obviously the initial implementation of all the abilities for the NPCs and the player characters.
Okay, so here's going to be kind of a hard-hitting one. There's a lot of people, and I've talked about this quite a bit, with the alpha access cost. It's $120, and a lot of people are really upset about that. The way that I've explained it to them is it's not just access to the alpha. It's about a year, maybe a year and a half or more of content for all of alpha, phase 1, 2, and 3, beta 1 and 2, a month of game time when it comes out. How do you feel about this? Because I know that wasn't the original offering, and you guys changed it. So can you tell me a little bit about that process, the feedback that you received, how you felt, and why it changed?
Yeah, for sure. How do we arrive at what that cost is? Part of it is, as you described, allowing for an environment that is capable of holding, over 100,000 concurrent players is a far different cost profile than having an environment that is only holding, 20 or 30,000. And then especially when you compound that with the length of time that we expect Alpha 2 to run, which is, at least a year's worth of time, this is something that we want to accommodate the players who are willing and able and want to provide the testing side of this and the feedback to join us in that process. But we also need to be cognizant of the cost because, we don't have a publisher. We don't have a board of investors that are, contributing to the development of the project. This is a personal endeavor of my own. So, in order to kind of make sure that we are providing players an opportunity to participate in that, we came to the cost analysis of what it takes to achieve the levels of players that we're going to potentially see from an interest perspective. So when we initially announced that, obviously we saw the pushback that we got from the broader community, which, obviously I'm very much in tune and watching what players' sentiment and feedback is. So that's when I decided to go back and say, essentially that it includes all of the betas. And it was always intending really to include the betas. It was just going to be on a separate PTR realm. So it was still going to have the same content, but I wanted to preserve the beta players being on their own servers rather than allowing the Alpha 2 participants to kind of switch over to the beta servers as well. But we articulated that a little bit better, that it includes beta 1 and beta 2 as well. And I included a month of game time and some cosmetic currency that I felt, would better be received by the player base. But ultimately, it does come down to, what does it cost to service our DevOps and LiveOps teams and all the server capacity, the CDN costs that come with downloading a, 100 gigabyte game eventually, like all of that stuff incurs cost. And, I have to account for that as a responsible management of the project's purview.
Yeah, no, I'm actually really happy with it because I think one of the things is when it did come out and it was like,
Yeah, once again, many people were not happy about not hearing this, basically. But at the same time, do you really need to hear this to I mean, obviously, they were supposed to say that, to explain that, right? But at the same time, even if they didn't, like, isn't that something that kind of goes without saying? That, maintaining servers requires some money, right? And the money that, I don't know, Steven has, it's not an infinite amount apparently, even though he can allow himself to invest a decent amount of money in the development. So at the same time, yeah. But at the same time, I think like if there is definitely 100% a certain segment of the, not the audience, but certain amount of people who are just looking for a reason to be mad for whatever reason, right? People expecting free alpha when people already paid for it $250 is wild. Yeah, people just want free shit, and not everybody like became mature enough to understand that if you want something good, then most likely you will need to pay for it. But at the same time, nobody is forcing you. This is still alpha. You can just, if money is an issue, which is like understandable, it's like not something that you like, not one of your priority needs in life. So it's not like, food, rent payment, etc. It's just a game, right? So you can just wait until release and you're gonna be fine. Currently 1 in 12 men and 1 in 200 women have some color blindness, and it's increasing annually. Genetics. That's unfortunate. 15 per month multiplied by 12, even part-time play is already $180 subscription. With beta in 1 month free, you already got me. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that. But I mean, once again, 1 month during alpha is not supposed to, cost $15 at the same time, to be completely fair, because $15 is fine for a finished game and alpha is not a finished game. But at the same time, like if you pay $120, if you deduct 1 month subscription, if you deduct $15 for members, which technically we shouldn't deduct because but not everyone cares about those members, right? For cosmetics. Personally, I don't, for example. But once again, for $120, you get at least 1.5 years of playtime, right? So it's kind of okay. The scary, ironic part is that you can live much of your life before figuring out you are colorblind. Are you trying to make me feel anxious now? What if I am colorblind and I don't know about that?
it's like only alpha. I agreed. I was like, yeah, that doesn't seem like really good value. And immediately you guys turned around, you added beta, you added a month of game time, you had the $15 of currency, and I was like, you know what? That makes sense now. And now it's down to that. It moved away from, I don't know about that, to now it's a subjective experience. Is this good value for me? Do I feel invested enough in this game? And I always tell people this: if you don't feel like it's good value, don't buy it. Right? That's how that always has to go. You should be buying something that you feel is good for you, makes sense for you, and you're not being pressured into getting it. Right? That's how that should always go.
I took colorblind tests like 3 times in elementary school. I don't remember having those tests ever. There are books and online tests you can take to check for colorblindness. I took it to join the US Navy. Oh, I see. Interesting topic. Never actually thought about it.
And I think there is a clear distinction also with how we approach, how we approach the alpha to access. I'm not spending money on advertising. I'm not spending money on marketing. I'm not.
Can't be can't be cutting the wrong color wire. Oh yes.
Taking content creators or streamers and paying them to play the game and get the vision of the game out. That's not the intended phase right now. We're not in a marketing phase. So this is really something that players who want to, or testers who want to come and be a part of that process, they have an option to do so.
And actually, you know what's an interesting thing is, they're not in marketing phase, which makes sense. And at the same time, it doesn't really matter in terms of like the Asmongold. We spoke about it earlier, right? That the Asmongold got bad experience because it may be turned into advantage, right? So then, like, when all those systems are in place, everything is functioning normally, and they learn their lesson that they might, think of assigning a GM that will keep an eye on him, right, when he's in game at first. It could be a very significant, before and after type of comparison. And while now it may kind of suck, but then he might log in and say, oh my God, I'm not getting griefed, I can actually try the game. And you see, devs did all those great things to make sure that it's not going to happen. Is the game playable at this time without a group setup, like joining the game and basically looking for guild? Absolutely, 100%. Sure, I got a guild just playing. There is, yeah, absolutely. You can even play without a guild. You can play solo. It's gonna be, sure, it might be a bit more difficult, but you still have an option to do that. And at the same time, you can just find random groups who are looking for people to, farm certain locations in the global chat. So yeah, it's totally playable.
And those who don't, I've released the visual NDA. You can watch others play it and you can still provide feedback in what you're seeing. That's, in my mind, that's kind of the best of both worlds. It also ensures that there is some level of responsibility because the testers who are participating have made an investment essentially into that access, having that access. And so there, hopefully the bar of responsibility gets raised when that is the barrier of entry.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Imagine if alpha testing was free and Asmongold logged in. It's not going to be 3 people or 5 people griefing him. It's going to be fucking 500. And so I don't mind grinding for levels, but Ashes Creation needs a little more mob density for that. Might be. Thanks. Good to know. I played PAX Day just recently, but without that global chat, it's starting to become boring. Yep.
That they're going to be willing to put up with the bugs and the crashes, and they're going to give their honest opinion and put in bug reports and do what's necessary in order to service the game during this phase. That is also an element of this. But I agree with you. Anybody who doesn't want to participate in purchasing alpha access, you shouldn't do that. Like, it is not a requirement. I tell people actively, do not purchase alpha if you're looking to play a game. This is not yet a game. You might find fun here and there, and that's great. It gives us good feedback on the core loops, but we're nowhere near finished on fully feature development, on content in the game. Like, this is literally a testing environment. And a lot of people over the years, for MMORPG specifically, have had a fictitious taste in their mouth of what the term alpha means. Because a lot of the alphas that you experience as a player are really just port overs from Eastern publishers into North American and European regions that are fully completed, fully fleshed out games, and they call it an alpha in order, as a marketing gimmick, to get higher box prices for players to come and play the game during that phase. It's kind of like an early access gimmick, and that has done a disservice to really what alphas
True. This is correct.
which is more represented by the phase we're in.
Yeah, no, it's funny because I've been telling our players that the whole time, man. Everybody in the community, I'm like, this is what a real alpha is. And they're like, oh, it's all broken. I was like, yes. It's kind of the whole point, right? Is you break it right now so that when the game is finished, it's in a good spot. But people have been kind of poisoned against what the word alpha means and what the word beta means because you get all these games come out and it's like, oh, we're in alpha. For how long? 5 days. It's like, what the hell is that? That's not an alpha.
What are you gonna do in 5 days?
Nothing. Well, we're gonna do one bug fix. It'll be a month later. Right? That's ridiculous,
Right.
dude. Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is totally crazy.
It's absolutely insane to me. Yeah, no, it's good to see that for me. It's honestly good to see that. Oh yeah, here's something kind of interesting. Because we don't have quests right now, and we only have grinding in the open world, how do you feel about time invested per level gained by the player? Because the way that I felt about it so far is it is quite long, and that's not for everyone, but I do feel very positively when I gain that level.
Yeah.
But I can't understand from the other perspective of like somebody doesn't have a...
Yeah, that's something that I can totally agree with, even though grinding, like, it's not long by my definition, because I'm used to that kind of like to grinding. But at the same time, reaching level feels really fucking good and rewarding because you got, skill points, like on at least two skill trees, right? You also get skill points for your weapon skill trees throughout the leveling. You also unlock certain, skill, like those, segments in the skill trees, your archetype skill trees, which is also super pog. And certain other levels have more significant milestones, like level 10, level 20, when you can equip new gear. 9 was painful, yes. Level 9 and level 19 are the most painful. That's true. Like Griffins, people have the same discussion point regarding Star Citizen, and alpha is meant to be broken, and people argue about, but it's meant to be playable. No, it's an alpha, and you're a tester. Yeah, kind of.
A huge amount of time. What does that feel like for them? And like, dude, I've got a lot of time to play video games. Right?
That's a super fair assessment of the current leveling experience.
Yep.
Probably our most completed core loop is the combat experience, engaging with the archetype, the fighting with monsters and encounters. Like that is I believe right now our most compelling, indicative, full feature focus of a gameplay loop. So what we're missing during phase 1, and we fully knew this, and we tried to express this outwardly, are those narrative components, are the artisanship progression paths, and they are the social organizations and the religions, like all of these separate progression paths that give you adventuring experience when you do them as well, right? But also have the power to influence the world in ways equal to, or in some cases greater than what adventuring leveling does. So right now it feels a bit a bit overtuned towards like monster grinding because that content isn't yet in the game, and that's what phase 2 and phase 3 are going to represent. So I would agree with you. Right now it feels a bit heavy-handed, and we could make some simple curve adjustments to faster level players in order to experience something different. And to be honest with you, we do that on our PTR right now, which is just accessible by Alpha 1 participants. So in our PTR, when we do testing during
not just Alpha 1, let's put it that way, because I don't have Alpha 1 pack, yet I still have the access to it. It's amazing how many people buy the alpha thinking it's early access to a finished game. They pay to test it, but can't comprehend that they are testers. People are people. I mean, there's nothing I can say about it. It's just people. And some people are, acting like people, unfortunately.
In the week, we test every day, and we have several hundred Alpha 1 participants, usually concurrently on a single server, helping us to test and
I was in Alpha 1. Guess I should ask about the PTR. Not sure if I have access or not. Yeah, you can just contact their customer support, basically. People are monkey, yeah. Yes. And it's a good if they are at least monkeys. Started Ranger after watching you try to make a build. I might do Cleric until Ranger gets mana fixed. There's nothing wrong with Ranger's mana, actually. If you're solo, it might be a bit tricky, but you have one passive in your weapon skill tree that might mitigate that a little. Um, that's I don't remember how it's called. And then also, if you're in a group, you can ask your cleric to give you a buff, a blessed weapon or something like that, and you're gonna be fine because you will replenish your mana and also cleric's mana. Question: what is the difference between genius and stupidity? Genius has its limits. Yeah, yeah. You need a bard friend. I mean, yeah, but cleric's buff is more OP. I'll try it with short bow. I had longbow. I mean, I had longbow as well. Like, if I had cleric's buff, have zero problems with mana. If I don't have it, I just need to like just not mindlessly spam the abilities. Just use them when they work the most and have more auto attacks, and I'm fine.
PTR, we will toggle max level, give everybody max level, and we will give them gear and gold, and we will say, go test these things. Here's our hit list of like, you know, fixes that we put in this build. Please make sure you hammer these hard. Like, that's the intent there. But it is not something we want to bring over into the Alpha 2 testing environment, because this is really intended to be more of a soak than what those highly targeted PTR tests are. And so we want players to spend additional longer time
Enchant weapon, it's mage's buff, if I recall correctly.
moving through the leveling process so that we have an opportunity to collect more granular data and to address bugs that might be hard to find from our internal QA teams.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I'm super happy with that, man. Like, I like the leveling experience right now, but I can understand it'd be too grindy for a lot of people. I play grindy games, and so this kind of a thing is totally fine with me. Having alternate routes for that just makes sense. You know, like any type of questing systems or things like that where people can come in and actually get some kind of progression. Because I feel like a game like this would be great with that core audience, but it will hemorrhage the more casual player if there's no other options, you know. So I'm glad. Yeah, I'm really glad.
And that is definitely why those alternate progression paths, you know, again, have equal to potentially higher relevance in impacting the game, is because they also have varying levels of time investment required to progress there. But I will say, you know, not to conflate the issue, we will be on the grindier side of what probably most modern MMO players are accustomed
to.
And that is a bit of a callback to
we need a grindy game finally.
More old school approach, of which you will find many callbacks in, you know, the design for Ashes.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy about that, man, because like there's something that I think is missing from the modern MMO. When I go play World of Warcraft retail, I don't feel like leveling is part of the game. I feel like it's an obstacle to get to the game. And when I play this, I feel like leveling, the journey for that, has felt like it is part of the game, which is something I didn't realize how much I missed, man. And like,
sorry, I don't know once again why I'm yawning, because I woke up not that long time ago. I don't know why. Sometimes it happens with me. Like, I'm not sleepy, but for whatever reason, I kind of do that.
That's one of the reasons I've just been so into it because of that. So
that is an astute observation and very true, right? Like modern day MMOs, you know, I mean, why do MMOs do that today? Obviously, you know, the most important aspect of an MMORPG is the social component, right? There's a reason why it's massively multiplayer, and that's because the elasticity that comes with a social atmosphere is what you want to induct the player to as quickly as possible from a new user experience, right? Because then your chances of keeping that player are much higher. And oftentimes in the legacy MMOs that you're talking about, where it feels like leveling is just an obstacle, it's because that leveling process is devoid of players. There are no new players really in those starting zones, in those starting processes. They want to graduate you as quickly as possible to endgame, where the rest of the player population is, so that they induct you into the social elasticity. However, one of the strengths of Ashes of Creation's design is that our social environment exists around nodes. And the world around the nodes dynamically adjust, not 100% of the spawners, but around 50 to 60% of the spawners to reflect differing levels of engagement. So even as a new player coming into a brand new zone, I'm not thrown into the wastelands of the new player experience. Instead, it's more likely that nodes, if I'm joining 6 months down the road, the nodes closest to the starting experience are the most booming, and there are environments around me where I get to see higher level players doing things while I am taking my path of the either curated or static, you know, level progression design throughout that process. And I can meet people and I can be a part of these pseudo factions, even if my level disparity is great. That is part of the benefit that Ashes of Creation's dynamic and node-driven world provide us that a lot of legacy modern-day MMOs do not have the advantage of.
So with that in mind, one of the things that I really liked about Eve that was quite cool is any player can enter the world. They can become a part of the economy immediately because there was kind of a base set of materials that you can get from any mining, right? So you can get titanium, you can get pyrite, you can get these basic materials, and they're used in every craft in the entire video game. And that allowed any player to engage in the system. Does the crafting right now fit that? What is the goal that you guys have for crafting to not leave the new player out of that process?
Absolutely. The entire crafting system is built from the ground up. A lot of times you'll find crafting systems that are the inverse, where the goal is to reach the top and then everything is driven by the top down. That is not how, I have wanted our crafting system to kind of exist. And the reason for that is in some of the games that I played in the past, having that kind of strong foundation where everyone can have access to contributing to the base layer of the foundation that the rest of the artisanship levels are then predicated upon, you constantly have an importance and or a demand from the economy to continue to receive those resources. The other important thing about the economic design is that these resource systems are governed by our artisanship service, which there is a significant number of spawn points or nodes, excuse me, not to conflate them with node cities, but resource nodes that exist across the world. And that those things change over time. That's based off of land management scores. And those land management scores are a direct derivative of how players are consistently taking from the land. That can, yeah.
Actually, yeah, imagine just joining a server that is, I don't know, like 6 months old, right? And as a new player, you see a few copper spawns, like a few copper nodes. You mine them and you get some, I don't know, epic or legendary copper. You're fucking rich now. And that can be done by even level 1, basically.
We just got an ad break. It just popped in. We'll continue in just a moment. Yeah, we're gonna wait. I don't want anybody to miss anything.
No worries. Let me grab a water real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm talking too much, and my Tumac coffee ran out of a drink.
We tried to fight him. He killed us all. It was great.
That was fine. Yeah.
I think we can just skip this part.
Yeah, I don't never want them to miss out on stuff.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I see a lot of people are like, "How do you have Christmas up right now?" We literally put Christmas up the day after October 31st.
Oh no!
Oh,
You're just gonna cause her to melt faster, dude. No.
They're preparing
I can hear
in
her already.
advance.
Mariah Carey's on her way.
Oh my gosh! Did you see that meme where it's Mariah Carey breaking out of the ice and she's like, "I'm back."
Yeah, she's back because people like you are putting up Christmas trees.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
No.
I love it.
We have all of Thanksgiving. I remember going to the store in October and you just see Halloween. Now it's Halloween.
Actually, like here in Ukraine, Christmas is usually celebrated on January 7th. But I heard something, like I don't really celebrate any holidays, including my birthday, but I heard something that they might change the date back to December 25th. I heard something about that, but I'm not sure if that's gonna happen like already or it's gonna happen like over time. Interesting. I gotta find out about it, even though I'm just curious.
In like a whole aisle for Christmas already there. Get out. Stop it.
Hold on.
Is there rain outside? What's that sound? Hang on. I gotta look. 1 second. I gotta quickly take a look outside because I don't really. When I wake up, I don't know what time of the day it is. It's always a surprise because my schedule, like sleep schedule, is completely like non-existent, let's put it that way, and I barely look outside, so I don't even know what's going on around. Hang on, let me double check that. Oh yeah, apparently there was rain and I did cave living. Yes, this is the way.
I'm gonna bring something if I can. How much longer do we have on the ad break?
1 second.
Oh, okay.
And now it's gone. Ad break is over. Welcome back. So we were talking about getting materials as a low-level player and how you can still enter the economy and how that can still matter. How you don't get left behind as a low-level player just entering the game.
Yeah.
Right. So just to be clear, like as I said, the economy is built foundationally from the bottom up. And the important thing about the economy to keep in mind, which is probably difficult to experience right now because not a lot of the systems are online yet, but the infancy of them are, It's that resources, as they kind of spawn throughout the world, their location can change, which obviously instigates players to move resources so that they can sell them relevant to the crafting locations and workbenches that are available in nodes. And we kind of change those spots. But to answer your question, essentially, yes, we are very foundationally ground up perspective from the economy. So you get the most investment from the least level of barrier to entry at the lower levels, and then they populate and support the higher chains of craft progression.
Nice. No, that's really good. That's always one of the biggest concerns with crafting systems is like, oh, well, you're a tier 1 crafter? Well, there's no more economy left for you. The server's on tier 6. You know, that kind of a feeling. And I feel for that, man, because I love crafting systems. I'm super into that. We've actually got in our...
Same. I say that as someone who maxed out all the trade skills in New World on first on the server, not first in the game probably, but among the first.
Our guild, we've got a whole Ministry of Acquisition and Ministry of Production that handle all of the acquiring and using of resources to build stuff. So knowing that we're going to be able to get new players in and they're always going to have something to do, they're always going to be valuable is incredibly good to me. That's very compelling.
So it's a very good point, actually. So the new player, if you join like as a new player, a server that is, you know, like 6 months old, and you are looking for a guild, you can still be useful. December 25th, the Winter Solstice celebration used to convert pagans to Christianity. Same with Easter. I see. Man, I had all the dump trophies for 3 craft. Yeah, same.
Please no region lots for ashes. I actually think region locking for servers is a very good idea from a security perspective. And the reason why is if you region lock by price, or you say you paid the Brazilian price, you play on the Brazilian servers, that means I cannot go make hundreds of accounts, pay the Brazilian price, and then have all those accounts go and jump on the US servers and just flood it with bots, which is exactly what happens.
And just to be clear, the intent isn't to prevent a player in another region from purchasing access to, let's say, North America or Europe if they should so choose, but that in the price harmonization, they purchase lower pricing for their region specifically, and then they are delegated to those region servers. But if they wanted to play in North,
like $15, I'm just curious. I don't know. Like, is that kind of sounds like it's a lot in Brazil, right? Let's actually check this. What's the average? What is the average salary in Brazil? Average salary in Brazil, and professions is... Wait, what? I don't think it's true. Like $1,700? I don't think it's... Oh, it's... Wait. Per month. No, it doesn't add up. Wait. Around 600. It's kind of hard to find. Okay, it might require more time. Anyway, maybe you know? Yeah, I added that, but... Okay.
North America
Anyway.
or in Europe with their friends or whatever, they could purchase a North American or European.
Because like $15 a month for a game subscription, yeah, I get it, but I don't know how much like that is in terms of, you know, like what's the average salary? Because here the average salary is probably, I don't even know what that is. Maybe like $500-600. So it's pretty decent, right? But I don't know what it is for Brazil.
Subscription.
Yeah, so you can just buy the US subscription if you want to play on US servers. Easy.
That's right.
And that way you don't have bypassing of that by going to the region that has the cheapest price. It's generally going to be Brazil, Argentina, stuff like that. That's a very common tactic. We see that all the time. Yeah, normal stuff. Yeah. It's them protecting all the player base from those other regions from this type of bad activity while still giving a good price to players in those regions. So this is one of the things that I saw and I was like, oh, I love that. I've talked about it all the time. Yeah.
By the way, I know that your community is got.
Hang on. But is it... Are they gonna actually, like, let's say the price for a subscription in Brazil will not be $15, but, you know, half of it, like $7.50. Is that... Will they still make money from that? Okay, about $500. But will that be... Like, will the studio make money from Brazilian players. I don't like. I understand that even if they don't, or if they break even, the servers will be hosted there also. So yes, okay, got it. Okay.
Goblins.
So there is a different price for servers, server maintenance depending on the location, like of the country. Is that it? Because I just don't know. Like I'm not really informed about this. Correct. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Oh
So
no.
I just would like to introduce you to my friend here.
Oh.
This is a Pathfinder goblin.
That is
cool.
fantastic, dude.
I'll put him kind of right back here so he can chill with us.
Goblins. Actual goblins. Phenomenal. It's actually fantastic, dude. Hell yeah. Oh. Yeah, stopping botters from getting the cheapest sub and wrecking the economy. Bingo. That's exactly what you want. I love that goblin, by the way. All right, what other questions do you guys have? What do you guys have? Throw your questions in chat. I am reading chat constantly. Let's see this. What kind of content is available for solo players? I actually get this question all the time, and I tell them, like, solo content is out there. I think the node system makes it so it's more accessible than it would be, say, in EVE. Like, you're not going to be able to go into, nullsec sovereign space and go and just farm rats there without getting pushed out. So I think the node system's more inclusive. But what other systems do you guys have in mind, either ones that are already in the game or ones that are not in the game yet, that makes it viable to do solo play, even though the game's not intended for that at all times?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that right now, our weakest loop, because it's missing many of the ancillary systems that support it, is not that we don't intend to provide a valid solo experience. Things are easier in a group. Things are easier with friends. That is the intended experience. We are an MMO after all. So we are very conscientious to ensure that we are prioritizing group-based content, but we also want to provide a valid path for solo experience as well, because sometimes as a player, I experience this. I just want to go grind or do something on my own for the hour of time that I have and not eat up the 15 to 20 minutes it takes to integrate into a group or whatever, right? So that's something that's going to be bolstered as additional systems come online throughout phase 2 and 3. The solo experience now is the hardest it will ever be, which is okay for this phase. But yes, I mean, to answer your question, obviously, there are different progression paths. We talked about them with the social, the religious organizations, the nodes themselves. All the, there are narrative paths that are viable solo paths. There will be hunting grounds in the overworld population that will be soloable more so than what you can experience right now. But you are encouraged to be part of a group perspective, right? You are encouraged to find one of the pseudo factions and to be inducted into this social environment.
The thing is, if they were not doing it the way they're doing it now, and if there was no difference between solo and group gameplay, guess what happens? Everybody will be playing solo. So group-based content is supposed to be more like rewarding, let's put it that way, because you have to put more effort in terms of, finding a group, making a group, finding members, organizing them, etc., etc. So there's an additional time and effort investment when it comes to group content. So it kind of makes sense to me, at least.
That is obviously the strength that I believe MMOs have, and set apart this genre from other genres of gaming. And so, we lean into that.
Nice. So here's kind of an off one, like off-topic normal one. Since we are doing wipes, and since you've said that the wipe is going to be December 20th, that's a planned wipe. There may be ones before that, maybe just in case. How do we retain our character names between that? This is one that's going to affect me very directly because I'm a high-value target at that point. I've got an established name in the video game, and if someone snipes that name, am I out of luck? Are there systems in place to protect this? What happens?
So we have in the past, with our pack holders, provided name reservation mechanics. Those aren't necessarily intended to be implemented, I think, until late into the phase 3. But I know that there was some discussion about it on the web and ICS side of whether or not we could facilitate that a bit sooner. And then it would be a field essentially that you fill out in the back end of your account page for the website that would preserve based on a realm basis. So you would select a realm, you would input your reservation token essentially, and then that space would be reserved after the wipe.
Would you think that it would work if, during the wipe we just got a level 1 character with no gear with the same name, same archetype, everything?
No, what would happen is upon character creation after the wipe, you would be able to input the reserved name and it would be reserved for your account creation, your account character creation.
Nice.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, as long as there's something in place, because I know now that there's streamers getting into it, there's also guild leaders on things.
Yeah, that also applies not only to streamers or content creators, but to guild leaders as well. That's true. Because they can be a very, very high value target, as Thor described it.
Like there's so many different names that we can see out in the world, and we know them now. And that's something that's really interesting. Is even at this alpha phase, I go, I know that guy. I know that guy's guild. I know these people that are over there.
Wait, what do you need to get the name reservation? It was available if you bought an Alpha 2 pack that was $375. The Brazilian annual income 1200 to 18,000 American dollars. In the US it varies from 48 to 88 depending on the state you live in. Gotcha. Some backers for a Kickstarter got it. Yeah, it applied to them as well. True.
And I know that if that white,
but I have that back for 375, so I have that feature.
Someone's gonna be like, I'm that guy now. You know, like that's a very tough thing to be. You know, it's a tough thing to face against. And I know that mostly affects streamers. I know that is. So it's kind of more of a selfish ask to find out. But I know it's going to affect a lot of different figureheads around the server as well. You know?
Yeah, I don't think that that's just a streamer thing. Like you said, I think that's a guild leader thing. I mean, that's even an individual who's not a guild leader or a streamer that just has a reputation, right?
Yeah.
And you want to a degree, allow some tools where people can preserve that reputation and not have it be countermanded by somebody else.
Yep.
Narc will be the most wanted name. True. I could see that. That's quite funny.
I'm gonna steal I'm gonna steal Narc's name.
If you flew around as Narc, I think that'd be hilarious. You should do that. Something comes up all the time. This has changed a couple times throughout Alpha. Why did need and greed change from going into your bag to now doing it where you have to go and pick up the item? We're wondering like what happened there. Was there something you guys were trying to combat? Because now when you need it, you still have to go pick it up off the ground, which is a little bit awkward. What's the intended design there? Was that a stopgap? Was it a leapfrog thing?
The intended design is twofold. One, on an engineering side, there was some concern about preserving the rights currently based off of net relevancy and distance. So we tried to cut down the time that you could roll need or greed. And then we also introduced a pause to the public loot rights timer on the loot container. But more so on the design side of it, part of, I think, the PvX engagement of an environment is not just, let's say, killing the mini boss or killing the boss or killing the creatures, but it is controlling the space after that to the point where you can ensure when that rolling is complete that you have access to the loot container to claim your reward as well. And that other players could potentially kill you during that process and wait until the loot container goes to a public permission setting.
Because, okay, now it makes a bit more sense because that's something that I didn't understand previously. And for me, it was annoying as fuck, to be honest, because I was like, why I can't just pick it up without... Because, once again, I'm used to a simple system that comes from Lineage. So either loot was random or there was a, whoever picks up an item has it, or it was randomized, or wait, there was also something else. Randomized loot. Oh yeah, and basically you get like one by one. So player 1 gets the first item, player 2 gets the second item, etc., etc. So yeah, and I was like, why? Like, what's the reason behind it? Because I understood that there might be a reason behind it that I just don't see, but I was like, what is that? Okay, now it kind of makes sense.
And we were having situations where players could sit in a node or sit in a town in a raid or in a party and be granted the reward being nowhere near the loot container. So as an interim solution, we incorporated this needing to interact with the loot container after successfully passing the rolls. And we're going to test with that and see how that goes with certain PvX situations.
I honestly didn't know that the item would, like the loot container, would become public. We just knew that you won the loot roll, but suddenly everyone in the raid could loot it. What the hell's going on? So we didn't know that. That actually wasn't, like, I didn't realize that was the intended mechanic. Well, Knowing that now is very interesting.
Yeah, think about this scenario. You are in a group, you're in a room, and you have a mini boss in front of you, and you're killing the mini boss, and you have another group that's kind of watching you do that. And as the mini boss dies, you see the visual effects indicator that this big golden, stream is coming off the body. immediately the contending group says, oh shit, there's a item drop that's of legendary quality on this thing. Quick, everybody, kill them all so they can't grab the container, and we will try to preserve this space until the looting rights lapse and it becomes public. Like, in my opinion, that to me is
Interesting.
the ultimate kind of paradigm of opportunity eliciting PvP encounter. And that also then stimulates the potential for political engagement, revenge, like
Loot
whatever, all the
extraction.
things that go
Yeah.
to contributing to a player-driven, emergent, interaction. Will it suck if you die and you lose access to it? Yes. I mean, that's the bite of failure. Should we protect you from that bite of failure by letting the role complete and you then just auto-magically getting the item in your inventory? Or do we preserve this idea of kind of, PVX interaction?
A full raid of only rangers using stealth could really fuck up another raid squad. Ranger can stealth grad, but rangers don't have stealth. First of all, they only have camouflage and they can be seen. And obviously, like it only takes one mage with like I don't remember the skill name, that makes the camouflaged targets visible. So I don't think someone will actually do that.
Yeah, and I see a lot of people, some people saying W, some people saying bad mechanic. Let me give you a story that I have from my history in EVE, right? We lost a structure called a Fortizar. Structures in EVE Online, the player-based structures, they have a core inside of them. This is worth a shitload of in-game money. It's called ISK, right? And when that structure dies, it always drops the core. We got double-crossed by a group that was going to be there when we destroyed that structure that was going to either protect us or help us to make sure we extracted our cores. When we got double crossed, they started fighting all of us off the point so that they can take the core for themselves because it's worth a lot of ISK. It's worth a lot of money in game, right? At the last moment, Kronos actually flew in and grabbed the core and escaped before they could get him. It was hilarious, and it's a moment that I will never forget in the game because that was the moment where it's like, oh my god, everyone's fighting. There's hundreds of players here locked in battle, and he goes, whoa, and just flies off, and it was hilarious. So like,
Yep, I remember one of those moments as well. So there was a castle siege in Lineage, and so in order to, take the ownership of the castle, you have like a guild leader has to cast for like 3 or 5 minutes depending on the castle, like some seal spell, whatever, right? And castle sieges last for 2 hours, and we were casting at the very last moment, and we won the siege 7 seconds before its end. So our guild leader managed to cast it 7 seconds before the end, and we were like, apparently we're not gonna make it, because after when there's 10 seconds, a timer appears on your screen that says like 10 seconds till the end, 9 seconds till the end, etc., etc. And when it hits the 7 seconds time, then we see like, okay, this guild successfully like completed the cast on this castle, and we're like, no fucking way, like 7 seconds. The timing was impeccable. I used camo to take loot from neighbor group who looted my corpse. It was easy. Nice. Rogues are supposed to have true stealth. Yep.
Even though it may suck when these types of things don't go your way, it is a story in a social sandbox game that stays with you forever.
Yes, exactly.
And that is the important part. That day we won, there were other days where we lost. And I don't forget those because the game didn't generate those moments. We did. And that's a story that players get to tell that you can't get in other types of games.
That is absolutely correct. And I'll give you another example. I was playing. I don't know if you ever played ArcAge, but I was playing in ArcAge, and I told you about how we would own all the kind of bosses for the first 6 months of the server. But eventually, it got to a tipping scale where both factions were fighting us because we had just completed the Kraken raid. And the Kraken, this was like our 76th straight Kraken that we had done. It spawned once every like 3 days or something.
Oh, Jesus.
And I know. And when you do that, you can loot obviously the corpse, and you got the reward. But it would also spawn these crates of tentacles that would live in the water. And those crates, you had to like grab them, put them on your back, or put them in the merchant ship, or put them in a tractor, or whatever. And then you could take them and turn them in, and they would give each person like 100 some odd gold. Well, in order to do that, you had to successfully make it back to the location, and you had to control the area in which it was kind of like this lingering zone of a battlefield where, I kid you not, we had all these frigates, and we just completed the Kraken. And there was like 300 of us, and there was like 600 of our opponents. And this battle was over probably like 5 square kilometers or 10 square kilometers in sea.
Nice.
And it was just almost 20 hours straight of PvP, constantly picking up and dropping these tentacles to try to grab them to take them back. I went to bed for 2 hours in the middle of that fight and came back and was back on my ship, captaining the ship, trying to help the fight. But like, that experience cannot be curated. It is impossible to design as compelling of an interaction between players as emergent as the need to control the battlefield. And like it or not, a PvX game everywhere is a battlefield. Even if you're killing that boss, even if you're killing that mini boss, you're controlling a room in a dungeon, or you're, whatever you're doing, there is someone else who looks at that opportunity, who looks at that scarcity of resource, who looks at that political engagement, and they say, I woke up this morning choosing violence, and that's an okay thing to do, right?
That is so fucking
we want
true.
to preserve that type of call to action, and in my opinion, this specific mechanic, albeit on the smaller scale,
I like that phrase. I woke up this morning and I chose violence. That's fucking 10 out of 10.
is lending towards that need to not just accomplish the thing, but to control the battlefield for a limited period of time afterwards to ensure you reap the reward. Now, does that mean that we're not going to potentially change things? No, of course. Like, we take into account player feedback, we take into account data. How often is it happening that the party who has the looting rights doesn't get the reward? Like, if it doesn't strike the balance we're looking for, and it feels like the players aren't engaging it with the way that we want them to, that's the whole purpose of alpha and beta, is that we get to inspect these design decisions and we get to adjust them appropriately to ensure that the intended consequence, the intended design, is being manifest.
I'm really happy to hear that, because Flashpoint PvP and like zone-based PvP is something I always really enjoyed. Eve kind of pushes that with structures, where as you break down a structure, you can't just kill it all at once. These are player-based buildings, right? What you have to do is you have to place it, and then there's an onlining phase. There's an anchoring phase. That creates a let's hold down this location. Then it comes out of that, and there's a shield phase. People can break the shield, and it sets off a timer. Then there's an armor.
Looks like farming zones are getting updated on Codex. Oh, really? I will look it up. I love the smell of Kraken in the morning.
Phase. Then there's a structure phase, and the structure phase at that point is, if you don't save it now, it's dead. It's over, right? So you have to save it, and then it can repair itself back up, and it's a big deal. So like these types of things create contests at those moments where it matters, where things can be lost permanently, and I love that. I always love that kind of thing. I think the thing that I see the most in this right now is the caravan system, having this kind of mobile PvP zone around the map with risk in and of itself with that. How do you see that evolving out to be something that is either more compelling, or is, do you think you guys want to expand on that? Do you want to have other types of things like that in the world beyond just node-based stuff? Anything with like guild structures, anything else that does that?
Yeah. Obviously our war structures do that. Our node-to-node reputation systems can allow for those types of things to occur. The node war system spawns PvP events that are high stakes rewards for the participants. I think the caravan structure is kind of this moving target of opportunity that can also be a bit of a cat and mouse game as well. Depending on the strategy you employ in moving that caravan, or the espionage that you have available to you in counterplay the route that's being chosen. That'll extend obviously out into the naval components as well when it comes to merchant ships and the routes that are possible, and engaging with harbor systems that uses the same tech. The idea here is that players can obviously engage in the theft and or conflict that arises around the movement of goods and resources through the world. They're not just...
Oh, I can upgrade to the name reservation? Oh, it's still possible. I didn't know that. How do you check that?
Movement of good and resources. They're also intended to provide necessary like node-based resources, which don't necessarily exist in the hands of players, but are the accrued effect of taxation and or buy orders and mayoral commissions that then can be used to build up certain buildings and services and utilize certain policies within the node structures. So even if you're not necessarily taking something...
Log into Ashes of Creation and go to shop. Like when I did that, like every single time when I did that, I only see the skins and nothing else.
From other players, you are preventing or blocking certain node relationships from reaping the benefit of progression, which is a necessary tactic in how certain nodes interface with the vassal system, because nodes can block other nodes from progression should they succeed in those endeavors. So, yeah.
No, that's good. I think that's a really good choice, man. Like, all this is, it's funny because a lot of these systems, it's very clear that you guys have thought them through very much. It's very clear that you are a player of these types of video games. And I think that was one of the things a lot of people are afraid of, man. Like, I really do. I think a lot of times people see usually game directors or CEOs or anything this kind of stuff as being very disconnected from the gaming world, not understanding how these games are played, not being a player of these, not understanding what's compelling about these types of systems. And they usually approach it from a, how am I selling a product, not how am I making a video game, you know?
No, and again, I think, yeah, absolutely, you're 100% right. And the great thing about this kind of transparent development process, we started back at the end of 2016 in developing Ashes, back when we only had like 10 people on the team. And, I was going through and writing up all of these kind of designs that are predicated across the games that, I personally have experienced and that I felt would mesh well in creating this kind of sandpark environment that players have an opportunity to, engage with. And then as the team grows and we flesh out these ideas and these designs, we make sure that we're keeping that central vision. And this harkens back to your original question. What is my role, on the project? I am a rudder. I am essentially the person who ensures that where all designs and ideas kind of come up and trickle up through, this idea of a single point of understanding what is the intended gameplay experience and design that needs to maintain cohesion. And that's really the strength, I think, of our organization, of our project, is that you can go through the wiki, you can click on the references back to the videos of 2017 and 18 where I'm talking about these same topics, and now you're seeing those designs implemented within the game and playing them and giving feedback on them. We don't change our identity year after year like a lot of projects do, where they don't have that strong of a rudder. And that's not any, I'm not trying to cast any shadows on any other team or any other project or whatever. I think that's fine. There's a lot of very successful projects that do change their identity, answer the call of the market. But I think we've embraced this idea that our product isn't going to be for everyone, and that is okay. Like it is speaks to the integrity of the design intent when you know who your audience is and you know who your core group of players are going to be, and you build for that. And the wider you go, the more diluted that becomes, and the more opportunity you have to please no one. And that's obviously not what we're trying to accomplish.
I'm really happy to hear that. I think one of the biggest things that I said at the beginning of this was there's many companies that'll be like, it's pissing players off. Maybe we should change everything to fit that. And it, even things like banning players, like, oh, maybe we shouldn't ban those players. They're the top guild. And if we ban them, then it might piss off lots of people and they won't play the game. It's like, no, they're being toxic or they're exploiting or things like that. People like that need to be banned. And if you don't do that, then it ends up turning into a failure point for the rest of the community and you start losing people out of the community. I think that's the thing that's the scariest option. It's the same thing with this, is if you guys have a core vision for the game, you want the game to be like this, there's a number of players that resonate with this, and then you fold on that, no one's going to be happy at that point,
Yep. Absolutely.
Let's get another PvP toggle, please. No.
Yeah, I agree. I just looked at it and I was like, please no.
Let's see. Oh yeah, let's talk about naval warfare. We're a bunch of pirates. It's the actual Pirates Guild. We'd like to know about naval warfare. Understand, we have about 2 minutes until the ad break starts. If you'd like me to play the ads now, and then we can do it afterwards, that's fine. Or you could talk up to the 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'd probably handle this one in 2 minutes.
All right.
We have a lot of systems that are intended for naval gameplay. Right now in Alpha 2, you can experience some limited functionality with regards to kind of vehicles and ships on the water. That's through our caravan raft system. That is a very simple implementation of the rudimentary kind of vehicle mechanics that we want to demonstrate. However, long-term goal is that our naval system incorporates a lot of different ship designs that have variable component design to them as well. So you can attach certain type of siege weaponry on the ships against other ships. You can attach certain types of shit. I forgot what they're called.
Certain types of shit. You heard it here first, folks.
Certain types of shit. No, utility items on the ship to kind of address different situations. These are mainly allowed through our harbor system. You get recipes for ships, you construct the ships, and then the important thing is that if your ship gets destroyed, you're respawning at a harbor. So there are definitive victory points that exist out within the ocean. And that is something that we want to make sure, players have to be kind of careful about their ships, because losing a ship is something that is very, very important, very costly, has a lot of resource requirements and sync, and it sets your raid or your group back to the start, which makes the ocean engagements kind of definitive.
I'm just going to be real with you. I am going to ransom so many ships. I mean, we got a whole fleet here, and you got one guy. Just pay us for passage, and we might let you pass, or you die. It's your choice.
I love it. Love it.
All right, we got ads in about 10 seconds here. I'm going to hit the ad button now so we just get past it. I'll see you guys in 2 minutes.
Sounds like actually a very interesting role play loop, if we can call that. If we can call it that. But yeah. Okay, we're gonna skip the ads.
That's a lot.
That is.
There's another important concept with naval that was introduced a few years ago, and that was open seas mechanic, which is essentially everyone in the open seas is flagged.
How does the server handle that at that point? Do you guys just have to get even more mesh servers out there to be able to handle different areas of sea?
No, we have a solution that is still being tested, and bugs are getting kind of worked out in it. It's down in under our dev branch, but it's a dynamic server meshing. So
yeah,
depending on how player densities move throughout the world, those server regions will condense or expand to accommodate the densities. So our servers kind of follow the player density around the world.
Interesting.
That's how we kind of get around, moving players through the open world.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I like that. Let me see. Yeah, no, I can ask that. MRX, Mr. X. Keep asking your guys' questions in chat. Make sure to @me with them. I read chat all day. I stream 12 hours a day. So if you just keep asking something. And by the way, if there's any time where you have to go, just let me know. Not a big deal. We've already been here 2 hours.
So. I think we could probably pick a couple more questions. I think would be good.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. Social systems aren't really in yet. You've got alpha phase 1, dude. Nah. Like that stuff is all slated, I believe, for phase 3. Is what it was showing.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we did put out a roadmap so that obviously our testers can get cognizance of where we intend to have certain things land. Of course, that intention is subject to change based off of how we need to react to more emergent and pressing bugs and issues that come up in the previous phases. But you can check that roadmap out, and it does have kind of the different systems listed.
Yeah. All right, the ads are over. So here's a really interesting one. It's very specific. There's a lot of people.
Based on current density versus CCU, I think the servers need about 40,000 CCU. I thought about that as well. Not probably not 40,000, even though I don't mind having a lot of players. The more the better. But maybe, I don't know, if they are capable of doing that from the technical side of things, let's put it that way. Don't know how to probably describe that, but if the servers can perform and they can maintain more players, having maybe 15,000-20,000, I think would be better, because we have up to 3,000 players now per server, and it's only 5% of the map. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Yeah, that's the same thing that I thought about. So, I don't know. Maybe that would actually be a good question to ask Steven if I ever have an interview with him. But yeah, it might be interesting whether they might consider in future to increase the cap on CCU per server. Per realm, basically.
That are very, very interested in fishing. And I know this as well. There's people that will just get wildly into fishing. How deep do you guys want to take the fishing system? Because I know there are things like certain weather events, certain times of day, certain areas of the map. What are all these types of components that you're interested in adding to fishing? Because I love that stuff too.
So
absolutely. I mean, fishing is definitely a treasured favorite amongst a lot of MMO gamers.
Well, it doesn't have fishing. It's not an MMO. Let's be honest.
That's right. I'm a big fan of fishing. Our goal with fishing is twofold. We kind of want to have one side of fishing be, location-based freshwater fishing that is a bit more AFK related, having the necessary bait, being able to kind of pick locations and resource nodes that exist around the world for different types of fish. And then we want to kind of have a more sports fishing, interactive gameplay layer.
Arcade only had 10k CCU and felt pretty good most of the time, but it was probably only about half of the size, maybe 1/3. You mean half or 1/3 of current map, or the whole Ashes of Creation map?
That's a part of the fishing. And we might extend some of that gameplay layer to the freshwater fishing, but this is really something that's intended to be out in the open seas, out in the open water. These are massive fish that will relate to our crate system and how we move crates in caravans and in merchant ships. So we intend to have certain type of fishing ship designs that are better at finding those spots throughout the open seas. And where players will have limited resources to engage with those. They'll have like chum mechanics that they need to leverage. They'll have different types
They have what mechanics?
of seas. And where players will have limited resources to engage with those. They'll have like chum mechanics.
What chum mechanics? Can anybody explain me what that means? What that means? Because I don't know what. I don't get it.
That they need to leverage. They'll have different types of components that can be equipped on the ship that benefit that type of fish finding.
Chum is a bait fish. So like I see. So yeah, if you catch like I don't know, like a predatory fish, like perch, for example, or wait, I don't really know the fish names. Like the pike as well. Wait, how do I say that in English? What's the correct word? Hang on. Predatory fish. Okay, yeah. So it's like a small fish that you use to catch predatory fish, right? Apparently.
And my idea here is that we have a really compelling loop for what fishing is, and I know the econ team is very aligned with that perspective as well.
Are you telling me I can go out and steal a man's crab pots and get marked for PvP? Is that what I'm?
Well, to be clear, the open seas, and that's anywhere that's not on land, right? This is basically like not freshwater, not on continent, but as you go out into the open seas, the ocean, this is a open PvP ground, right? So
it's lawless, yeah.
Yeah, so everybody's flagged for PvP. There's no corruption mechanics that occur in the open seas. That's an opt-in place, a zone. It's kind of similar.
You know what else would be funny? If you could use not only fishing rods, but also nets. So you go somewhere in the sea, you throw those nets in the like ocean basically, and they have to stay there for some time. I don't know, like an hour, 2 hour, maybe 2 hours, like maybe 6 hours, or maybe the whole day, right? But at the same time, it's anybody can basically steal those nets with fish, right? Throughout all this time. But they need to find them. So it should be difficult to find them. And you have basically an option. Either you camp those fish nets and defend them, or you just hope that nobody will find them, right? Arcage was like 270 square kilometers, including water areas. How big is Ashes? Yeah, 1,200, including oceans, and 100 square kilometers extra if you include Underrealm.
Like Zero Sec, as you said, that also has high-end resources available.
Yeah, it's nullsec gameplay. So if you're an EVE player, any of the lawless zones are basically nullsec. It is not full loot PvP in those areas, though, so it's not full loot, but you kill people when you get materials, right?
Correct. Yep.
We actually want to go and take one of those areas of the map when it becomes available. I think that comes out December 20th, so phase 2 is we're going to be going out and trying to get into, what is the top left zone called, the one with the islands out there?
The Coral Seas?
No.
Or the Turquoise Sea, sorry, Turquoise Sea.
I think it's the one that's just opening up the next node, because it's already there, and we went over there, and it's got, like, lawless zone already on it. What's the name of this place?
Yeah.
It's one that has wind and sea as the kind of node name for it.
I mean, the Turquoise Sea is what's up in the top left area.
Tropics.
Oh, the tropics. That's the biome. Yeah, that's the biome name. It's the Vandegar Tropics. The Vandegar is the name of the continent. The tropics is the biome, and then the specific zone name is the.
But at the same time, you need to keep in mind that even though there will be like 85 nodes or 100 if you take into account castle nodes, not all of them will be populated. So there will be nodes that are just non-existent.
Turquoise Sea.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I don't know how expansive those areas get. One of the things I was talking to people in the game, you've got 55 kilometers of space right now, square kilometers, right? And what is the intended size of the overall game? Because we know it's going to go from 5 total nodes right now up to 85 plus 15 more for fortresses.
I need Ashes needs to release with just one continent for several reasons. I'm not sure, to be honest. Yep.
That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah. I believe our total size is 1,200 square kilometers overall. I think that was where we last left it, and that's probably about 800 square kilometers of playable space on land, roughly.
Wait, 800. I thought the split was 480 for the land and 750 for the ocean, according to Wiki.
But obviously it's a big world. Even in the Riverlands right now, it's a big world, and this is partly in contribution to what we talked about earlier with regards to Zergs and like the ability to fast travel.
Yeah.
The movement of resources through this world is a very important component of how the world develops. And in order for that to matter, you have to have a lot of playable space. Now, one thing to note is our target goal is 8 to 10,000 concurrent users per realm. That's a lot of space, even for 8 to 10,000 concurrent users.
Yep.
However, it is my expectation that we could go higher than that based off of how our dynamic server gridding
That's exactly what you asked. Yes, please go higher than that.
works. So depending on how that feels, we might be able to go above the 8 to 10,000 value per realm. We're just going to have to see how that goes.
Yeah, and to be clear, just so you guys understand, you've got EVE Online usually averages between 18,000 and 28,000 total active concurrent players at the same time. So when you're talking about 10,000 concurrent players, that's a hell of a lot of players. That's not a small amount. That's very, very, very big. Yeah. Please no sharding. There was no intention, as far as I knew, to shard any people out from like one area to another area and make them, not in the same phase. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that? That's all from the meshing side, yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't use
layers. None of that. No.
We don't use layers or phasing. What we do is we have a glorious network team: Anton, Adam, Zach, and Alex and Ish. They're phenomenal network engineers. And what we have built is obviously the server meshing technology, where we've rewritten kind of the back end for Unreal in order to serve our needs from a concurrent user population perspective, as well as player density. And we also have a tech that's called dynamic server meshing, which is still going through bug testing and isn't yet fully implemented in phase one. However, we are using the gridding technology. And what happens is, as player densities go up, those grids of authority will contract or expand, and new workers, as we call them, server workers, will be added to the grid to accommodate additional spaces as required. These are kind of pre-spooled server workers. And then obviously we have the standard kind of replication mitigation.
But this is just Riverlands. It takes 40 minutes to go from one side to another. Yes, if you use the current mounts, but there are faster mounts. There's a faster mount with like 165% speed already that you can buy, but I assume there will be even better mounts.
As density goes higher in certain spaces, we start bringing in call distances. We start limiting, actors that replicate, how many of them can replicate at once. Like there are things that we use as server frame rate starts to decline, and those densities get up in the hundreds and hundreds of players within a particular space. So
Yeah.
all those things combined give us great confidence that we can deliver on a massively multiplayer experience.
That's awesome. So I've got 2 questions left for you. So
Okay.
we're at the end of it. Second to last is, of all the systems that are coming up, what is the one that you specifically are most interested in? The one you are excited about? Not excited about for the players, excited for you.
I think probably Node and Castle Sieges. I think those are a level of kind of gameplay loops that are more architected towards an end game experience that players can repeat, and that have ramifications and rewards that are compelling, and keep players invested. I think we have some plans to stand up some bare siege mechanics for nodes, and eventually castles within phase 2 that we'll be testing. And I'm excited to see players interact with that.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I'm really excited to that. I'm interested in seeing the castle system, like how those nodes, the castle nodes, are going to work. I was also really interested in like how the underground of the world works too, because I know there's like a whole underground region, and I was reading the wiki and it said that there might be nodes down there, and I was like, oh man, living underground would be kind of cool. You just pop up out of the ground.
The underrealm, yes.
One of the places we lived in Eve was a place called Pochvin, and the way that it got formed is we actually stole stars in these PvP, PvE events that happened around the universe. We pushed them to our faction, and then there was a gigantic galaxy-wide event where all of them were whisked away into like a pocket dimension area, wormhole space, and it formed our own galaxy cluster up there, and we could leave that area through wormholes to go back to the world. And that underground place very much so mimics that kind of feeling to me, where if we lived underground, we could just pop up and be like, PvP, and then like disappear back under the ground, and like that's very much wormhole to me. So I'm interested in that kind of stuff later on. That's the one I'm most excited for.
The underrealm is definitely going to be a lot of fun. We had some semblance of the underrealm in Alpha 1. We're waiting for some additional features on the dynamic server gridding in order to stack regional authority for these server workers on top of each other. So for the Underrealms to not share with the Overground area. And
Mhm.
I agree with you. Like obviously the purpose of those spaces is to provide alternate routes that might be dangerous in different ways, but don't have the same types of choke points that the Overground routes have for things like trade and encounter
Caravans, yeah.
design. I think that it's a very compelling space for sure.
Yeah, I'm super into that. And I think the last one the community really wants to know is, what about the ferret wish? For those who don't know, I was teleported to the top of a tower, and I had to answer a riddle, and I answered that riddle correctly, and I was given the chance to do a wish, and I said, I want ferrets in the video game. And the wish was granted.
I think that ferrets are definitely a very cool idea, and we'll just have to wait a little bit and see what time tells.
Ferrets in the video game, Chad. Ferrets in the video game. Also, nice having you on, man. And like, I'm super down with this. I love the way that the game is going. You guys are doing a great job, and I can say that for me. And I'm having a blast in this. I think I'm clocking like 50 hours now in the last 9 days of the gameplay that we have here. And I'm excited. I'm excited December 20th, so we can play it even more. So thank you very much.
I thank you for having me. I enjoyed it. I enjoy watching you play. Like I said, it's a very
five-star
awesome
boss.
fresh breath of air to hear you speak both from a developer's perspective and helping to kind of navigate knowledge of what a true alpha looks like for a game. We have definitely overcome our hurdles of doubt over time when it comes to realizing this grand vision for an MMORPG like Ashes. And having someone like yourself that is just capable of answering questions from a very personable and relatable perspective.
Good night, all. Good night, Flanker. Yep, good night. Thank you for hanging out. Good luck. Sweet dreams.
Is a huge help for us to better communicate what goes into making a game of this size, what goes into creating the level of systems complexity that we're trying to achieve with Ashes. So huge props to you and to your community of goblins and fellow pirates. You are very much welcome in the Ashes community. We appreciate you guys very much and love having you as a part of this experience.
Well, thank you very much. And like, legitimately, I think the biggest thing is, like we were talking about earlier, there are so many people that have seen alphas that don't make sense. They've seen betas that don't make sense. They've seen these types of releases where it's 3 days of an alpha, it's 5 days of a beta. And it's just like, that's not what these are. And I think the worst part about it is you get this sort of education that is instilled in people. It kind of poisons the wording, and they stick with that forever, and they don't know what a real alpha is. And then they get something like this and they're like, that area looks bad. And it's like, yeah, it's an alpha. And they go, so it comes out next week, right? And it's like, no. And you have to, it's like re-educating people about what this term is supposed to mean, and that's such a wild thing to see of how far that's gone, because AAA has abused that. They've abused the term,
Absolutely.
So this is good, man. And I think you guys are doing the right thing. I can't wait to keep playing this as it goes forward. And the biggest thing is, go put in bug reports, dudes. Like, do that.
That is right.
Oh, and as far as the you need 2 continents for naval trade have a reason to exist, imagine there will be hostile areas, factions on land. Boats may be faster, easier. Terrain may make land travel just more inconvenient. Maybe yes, maybe no. We'll find out that soon enough.
I put in like another 10 today. Yep. Well, it was lovely having you on, and I'll see you around, man.
Right. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
See ya.
Thank you, Steven.
I mean, so great interview. That's all I can say. Thanks to both parties. Thanks to Thor. Thanks to Steven for making this happen. Decent questions, but obviously some of the questions that we heard are like questions that we kind of know the answer to, because the majority of us are actually either already playing the game or have been following it closely, right? But I understand the reason why those questions have been asked, because once again, not everybody in Thor's community follows the game closely, etc., right? So that kind of makes sense. It's okay, right? But other than that, it's really cool to see more interviews with Steven. And yeah, I think like Pirates community is pretty decent, and at least they will be more informed about the game compared to the communities of other streamers, right, who might not really understand what alpha is, etc., etc. So yeah, great job. Like, it was very, very interesting. It was a very, very interesting piece of content to watch. And yeah, I guess it's gonna be it for today. thank you for hanging out with me. Once again, we're actually pretty close to 500 followers. So, I mean, we didn't achieve 500 today, but I still appreciate you guys subscribing. I'm sorry, following. Yeah, for more content or for community that will help you to deal with your boredom during the shinykins something or shinykins. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate your support, brother. Yeah, for more Ashes of Creation related content and a community, I'll drop the links to socials in chat. TikTok and Twitter is like whatever. If you're like super bored, YouTube, I'm gonna be dropping videos there, and I already have videos there. So if you prefer like more, short form content, that might be a place for it. Discord is if you want to talk, interact with other players, discuss certain things, ask me questions. It also works. And also you get notifications there about the upcoming streams and videos that I post on YouTube. So, okay, let's actually take a look if there is anybody we can raid. Let's see. Do I know somebody? Gameplay, watching PirateSoftware, also watching PirateSoftware. So I guess we already watched that. This is not an English speaker. No, nobody that I really know of, to be honest. Some 10x speed. Okay, I guess no raids today. Yeah, so I appreciate you boys and ladies, if there are any, for hanging out. I'll see you soon. Friday is coming, and we're gonna be once again back to our gameplay streams 24/7 or really close to that. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you for being here.